Hello, hello. Buenos dias. Today it's gonna be a short one. There's only I think I want to say about 10 different individuals coming on today. So just heads up. Hey, welcome to Mad Max 408 M Star Media. Thank you guys for the support. And I'll be here. I'll be going out, in and out like I always do. Today's gonna be my last day of uh, of working, so I'll be able to stream a little bit better on the next upcoming days. Right now, they should be starting up in the next few minutes. Hey, what's up, Maribel? How's it going? Buenos dias. Good morning. I'm on the process of setting up Iowa one today. They should be starting that one at about 7 too. So I'll be back in a minute or two. I'm gonna finish setting it up and I'll go ahead and get that stream going. All right. Good morning to Ariana. Good morning. Let me see. Mad Max, last day of work ever. I wish. Hell nah, nah. Just my last. I've been working for the last 5 days, so I'll be off for the next few days. I'll be back on. I'll be back on the weekend for work. But yeah, unfortunately, like I don't know. I guess depending on how you're looking at, fortunately or unfortunately, I got I gotta go to work. So I'm definitely and I've been tired. Those shifts that I be putting at work, they're a little bit longer than normal. So then I wake up, to get these streams going. And oh, I'll be right back. Hold on. It looks like the other one started already.
For KARL OTTERSON, is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me your offender number?
145297.
Very good. I'm going to need you to speak up.
Okay,
This hearing is being broadcast online. There may or may not be people watching. I know that we do have a victim representative watching who will speak. There may be others. Do you understand that?
I do.
My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
I did.
There were a number of emailed letters that came in yesterday, which you probably have not seen. You'll have an opportunity, if you wish, to respond to those to the board in writing. Do you think you'll want to do that?
Probably not.
Okay. Would you prefer the board go ahead and just make a decision without waiting for you to respond?
That'd be okay.
All right. Let me say some things for your benefit and for those who are here and those online. First, no decision will be made today in this hearing. Do you understand that?
I do.
So nobody should be waiting for a decision to be announced. That will not happen. That will come later. The decision will not be based solely on this 20 or 30-minute hearing today. It will be based on everything. The letters that have been done, evaluations that have been done, consideration of the offenses themselves. Do you understand all of that?
I do.
The way we will proceed first is there is at least one victim here who wishes to speak in person. Is that correct? So we will hear from her. We will hear from the victim representative online. There may be another victim who is here who wishes to speak as well. We will discuss that when we get to that point. Then, Mr. Otterson, you'll have an opportunity to respond if you wish. And then we'll talk about some other things. Do you understand all of that?
I do.
Any questions?
No.
All right. Let's see, ma'am. Would you go over to that microphone there, please? And would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And even though I have your name written down here, for the record, I'll need you to state your name if you would.
Jessica Dykeman.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know.
I just brought my letter that I wrote. And so I'd just like to read that.
Sure, go ahead.
Astonishingly, I'm writing this letter to you again, as I'm in disbelief it's been nearly 20 years. Over recent weeks, I've extensively reflected on my thoughts, but somehow in the past week, my clarity has dissipated. The impending hearing has induced a state of heightened anxiety reminiscent of fight or flight responses. I'm experiencing a paradoxical mix of emotions, simultaneously feeling overwhelmed and numb. This period has been distinctly challenging, compounded by the resurgence of memories and emotions from 2 decades ago. The aftermath includes nightmares, flashbacks, inexplicable episodes of crying, and bouts of depression and emotional voidness. Understandably, these reactions are grounded in substantial reasoning. As I compose this letter, I struggle with how much to reveal, desiring to express the impact and lingering trauma this event has inflicted upon my life. Yet I worry that sharing these experiences may inadvertently cede power to Mr. Otterson, which I find objectionable. Although I have asserted my autonomy, the effects persist. Through extensive therapy, I have made strides in recovery, but I doubt whether the complete resolution is achievable. Even with progress, fresh challenges can expose unseen vulnerabilities, illustrating the intricate nature of healing. My experiences with Mr. Otterson profoundly impacted my life, influencing my interpersonal relationships and parenting style. Despite being a caring parent, my unresolved trauma has indirectly affected my children. My original goals and aspirations were altered, resulting in decisions that strayed from my youthful visions. Currently, I'm in a satisfying career, not the one I initially planned, which included attending college and pursuing a medical degree. Unfortunately, I dropped out of college, made life complicating choices, and tolerated harmful relationship dynamics. I also made questionable decisions regarding partnerships and parenting, often neglecting my own emotional well-being and needs. In therapy, I've discovered I have a trauma brain involving complex neurological changes. Specifically, altered brain networks affect my Salence network, which is crucial for learning and survival. This disrupts my prefrontal cortex, leading to fight, flight, or freeze responses and diminished executive functioning. Consequently, my brain becomes disorganized and overwhelmed and shifts into survival mode. Furthermore, altered memory encoding impacts memory formation and retrieval. These effects significantly impact my life, causing struggles with self-control, goal-oriented behavior, and daily tasks, often misconstrued as laziness or inconsistency. A particularly devastating consequence is my impaired memory, as I frequently fail to recall significant events, including milestones and cherished moments with my children. Mr. Otterson's actions have had a profound and lasting impact on my life and the lives of his other victims. The trauma he inflicted has caused irreparable damage, altering our lives forever. As a result, we are sentenced to a lifetime of coping with the consequences of his behavior. The theft of our innocence and autonomy is an irreversible loss that has reshaped our core identities. Despite progress in my healing nearly 2 decades later, I continue to require ongoing therapy to navigate the trauma. Nevertheless, as a resilient and independent single mother of 4, I have cultivated a successful career, self-sufficiency, and determination to shield my children from the residual effects of my experiences. While thriving, I acknowledge that the perpetual effort, self-awareness, and resilience necessary for my continued healing. As previously stated, the news of Mr. Otterson's parole eligibility has significantly affected me. It feels akin to experiencing re-traumatization, reliving past distress, and fearing for my personal safety. Mr. Otterson's history of concerning remarks, including threats of silencing his victims and attempts to harm a prosecutor, heightens my anxiety. His admission of potential reoffense upon release raises critical concerns. Should we risk releasing him, potentially re-traumatizing his victims and subjecting them to perpetual vigilance and surveillance? Would it be prudent to grant freedom to someone who poses an ongoing threat? Individuals like Mr. Otterson pose significant public safety concerns due to their extensive history of criminal behavior. Despite numerous classes and years of incarceration, rehabilitation appears unlikely. His acknowledged struggles with addiction and sexual offenses warrant ongoing scrutiny. Considering his admittance of powerlessness over his actions and lack of accountability, releasing him would compromise public safety and the victim's well-being. His decades-long pattern of offending, beginning at age 14, underscores the need for continued confinement. Mercy towards his victims and society dictates his continued detention. I value your attention and anticipate that this letter will enhance the decision-making process concerning Mr. Otterson's possible release. Jessica Dykman.
Thank you. Inasmuch as you indicated that your thinking might not be organized, that statement was very organized, very well written, and very thought out. So thank you. Let's see, Catherine, can you hear us?
Yes,
Let's see, you were a little bit quiet there. Can you let me know whether you can hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's better. Even though I can't see you, would you raise your hand and tell me when your hand is raised?
My hand is raised.
Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes,
Thank you. And again, even though I know your name, will you state it for the record, please?
my name is Catherine Voss. I'm the mother of Jessica Sue Dykman.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know.
As you are aware, the board has received letters from the victims and the victims' family members of Mr. Otterson. I am speaking on behalf of not only the mother of one of the victims in this matter, but as a concerned citizen of the community as well. My understanding is that one of the first things the board considers prior to releasing a prisoner is the minimum, maximum, concurrent, and consecutive sentences imposed by the court. Mr. Otterson was sentenced to prison for one charge of forcible sexual abuse, one charge of attempted sexual exploitation of a minor, and one charge of obstruction of justice against my daughter, Jessica Dykman. These sentences were to run consecutively. At the same time, Mr. Otterson was also convicted of one charge of sodomy on a child and 4 charges of aggravated sex abuse of a child against my then stepdaughter, Shannon, whom he had previously abused. These sentences were also ordered to run consecutively with each other. Finally, Mr. Otterson was convicted of criminal solicitation to commit murder, which was to run consecutively following all of the sex abuse charges. My understanding is that the minimum to serve for these sentences is October 2037, while the maximum time to serve goes to October 27th, 2504. Mr. Otterson has self-admittedly been a repeat sex offender since his teenage years. In approximately 1999, he abused his own daughter and received a conviction of sex abuse of a child. Between that time and the time he began abusing my daughter, he admitted to sexually abusing and videotaping the daughters of a good friend of ours. He also admitted to abusing the daughter of a family member of ours. Additionally, there were many other young girls he admitted to sexually abusing. Unfortunately, these young girls were fearful of coming forward and testifying against him, so the only convictions he had were for Jessica and Shannon. He is clearly a threat to society. Mr. Otterson possesses a high risk level to society, as I stated in my letter to the parole board, but want to reemphasize now. Never has Mr. Otterson voluntarily come forth and taken responsibility for his actions. He has only admitted guilt when caught. He also admitted in his last parole hearing to Officer Curtis Garner that he had talked with his therapist, Dr. C.Y. Roby, and told Mr. Roby that he would not be able to trust himself to change and not reoffend again. This statement was made after the first time he was caught in an offense. he did reoffend. He has stated that he is addicted to it. In each case, he has put the blame on the child and doesn't take responsibility for himself until he is in therapy. And then he says what he needs to get through the program. Mr. Otterson is the type of person who can hurt someone and not feel anything for it. He proved this with the uncountable number of times he sexually abused young girls. I've personally witnessed how this abuse has impacted my daughters, my sons, and even his oldest son's lives. I haven't lived by his daughter, so I haven't personally witnessed her life, but I know she's been impacted greatly as well. I myself have struggled for the last 20 years because of his manipulative ways and lies and how he has worked his way into our family. Mr. Otterson proved when he hired an undercover police officer to have David Sturgill, the Utah County prosecutor in the case at the time, murdered. Even when his first wife, Kara Otterson, didn't agree to the plea agreement and called the lead prosecutor to have it withdrawn, KARL found out, and she was told by a reliable family member that KARL had purchased a gun. She was told by this family member that if he went to prison for years, he would, quote, not let me get away with it, unquote. While Mr. Otterson was able to be a member of society, it had taken the required classes for a registered offender after his first offense in approximately 2001, he was still able to manipulate, lie to family members, friends, APNP, his counselor, Dr. Roby, and his victims, and multiple others for years. In addition, he re-abused his daughter, as well as my daughter, and many other young women. He has already testified that he is an addict and will do it again. I believe that this is the one truth Mr. Otterson has ever spoken. If this is the case, do you honestly believe that he can take the classes again and be released into society a third time and have your daughters or other family members, female family members, and other young women in society be kept safe from him? Even though Mr. Otterson has served approximately 20 years in prison, I do not believe it is even close to the amount of time that his victims have had to suffer because of his actions. He was ordered to serve life sentences. We are also having to serve life sentences. He should continue to remain in prison to serve his. I am begging this board, for the safety of his victims and the community, to uphold the terms of his sentence and keep him confined. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very well-spoken statement as well. If you would, go ahead and mute your microphone for us as we continue, but you're welcome to remain and listen, of course.
Okay.
Mr. Sturgill, do you wish to make a statement? You're not required to, of course. If you do, please move to the microphone. And do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I hadn't intended to talk. I appreciate just a moment. Again, my name's Dave Sturgill. I was the prosecutor assigned to prosecute the case with Jessica and Shannon. It's been quite some time ago. I'm also the subject of that last solicitation charge. I first of all want to commend Jessica for being here and for speaking up. And I think she's speaking not only for herself, but indirectly for Shannon, who also took the brunt of quite a bit of abuse back 20 years ago and even before that. I didn't know quite what to think, and I still don't know quite what to think about Mr. Otterson. But that does not mean that I have not thought about Mr. Otterson quite a bit over the last 20 years. I believe that in light of his history with young girls and children, that he will always be a risk to reoffend. And I think that he is not safe, or the community is not safe with him outside of a less secure setting than the Utah State Prison. That's based on my experience of 20 plus years of being a prosecutor, and the bulk being a sex crimes prosecutor. It concerns me that Mr. Otterson is potentially reaching a release date, and I shudder at that idea of Mr. Otterson being out. And so I would echo the same sentiment of Jessica and Jessica's mother, that Mr. Otterson remain here incarcerated in the Utah State Prison for as many years as possible.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Otterson, you're not required to respond, but you do have the opportunity if you wish to. Is there anything you wish to say in response, or would you rather move on with the hearing? And if you, regardless of what you say, make sure you speak up so everyone can hear.
I am not aware of where Catherine got that information of threatening to do harm to my first ex-wife. I have never threatened either ex-wives or kids. On the case with Sturgill, there was an individual in Utah County Jail that was telling me that he was getting an attorney and trying to help my conviction of my case. I inwardly believed what he was saying. And believed him when he said that there was a private investigator working on my case, and that my mother needed to give him $1,000. Unfortunately, I believed him and had my mom give the individual $1,000. Unfortunately, going through court, I was found guilty. I do not believe that anybody should be threatened for doing their job. And I do not believe in killing anyone. I did do an appeal on it on the grounds of the judge lying to the jury for a conviction, and also the judge not allowing my witnesses testify. In the appeals court, they deemed that they had to admit that the judge lied because it was in the transcripts, but they deemed that it would not have made any difference and that if my witnesses had testified that it would not have made any difference in the case, so no grounds for an appeal. One of my witnesses overheard James Hill and Robert Watson plan this deceit to try to get out of prison time. I think that testimony would have made a big difference, but I have to go along with what the courts have decided to do, as I will with the decision of the board. That's all.
Thank you. It appears from your response that you believe you're the victim here, that the judge and others conspired against you to put you in prison. Is that what you are telling me? Is that your position?
Just on the murder for hire.
You're the victim here? You also the victim on the sex offense convictions as well?
No.
Are there victims in your opinion?
Yes, there are. And I have done irreparable damage to them for what I have done.
I noticed you didn't bring that up yourself until I asked you. Is there a reason why you didn't bring it up yourself?
I think that I was trying to go through what needed to be said. I would like to apologize to my victims for what I've done. I understand that it has done great damage in their lives.
Can you tell me what you or these people who conspired against you thought would be gained by killing a prosecutor? What was the goal? What was that going to accomplish?
I thought I was hiring an attorney and a private investigator. I don't think there was ever any plans on their part of hiring a hitman. I think their goal was just to try to get out of prison time for turning state evidence against me.
So they completely made it up on their own because they were
Yeah.
out to get you?
Yes, I believe so.
What did they have against you that would lead them to do this?
I think just that they figured that I would be naive enough to believe them and to get out of prison time for doing so.
Do you recall telling therapists and others that you can't change, that you never will change, and that you will always be a risk? Is that accurate?
No, at the time that I was talking with C. Ray Roby, it was on one had to do with my friend's daughter and things that were going on. I was convinced that if things did not change, that I would reoffend. The therapy that I have gone through now is much more in depth. I have recognized a lot of thinking errors and distortions in my thinking that I previously had not recognized.
Tell me if that's an accurate statement, that you can't change and you'll continue to do this.
That is not an accurate statement. I think that I have been changing. I think that I can and will change and not reoffend.
Tell me more about that. Why is that your opinion?
Because of the things that I have learned in therapy that I did not learn before.
Such as?
Justifications of what I did. Thinking that it wasn't that bad. Thinking that if I did things that they didn't know about, that was okay because they didn't know about it. And I have learned that that is not. Not okay whether they know about it or not.
You're in sex offense treatment now?
Yes, I am.
Are you learning anything worthwhile, or are you simply putting in your time there?
No, I believe that I am learning quite a bit in there. I do struggle with it, doing the assignments.
Struggle with what part of it?
Doing the assignments.
In what way?
Just taking the time and thinking about what I've done and the effects that it has made on people's lives. I have tried to be completely honest in doing my assignments. And in doing them, trying to find ways to correct my behavior and thinking.
A standard question we ask everybody, which is not a prediction of what any decision would be. But again, we ask everybody what their release plans would be if they were to be released. Where would you intend on living?
Probably go back somewhere in Utah County. Work for my brother in excavating. And go to aftercare therapy. So that if I do have any inappropriate thoughts or struggling with any problems that might lead me into reoffense, that I have somewhere to go to talk to and find ways to overcome those thoughts and to make a lasting change for the good.
Are you on any medication for mental health issues?
I am.
What is that?
Or depression.
Does the medication help you think more clearly, or does it make it harder to think?
I think that it helps with thinking more clearly. But it also helps me from acting on any thoughts of suicide.
All right. We've talked about a number of things. As we conclude, is there anything you believe the board needs to know that we have not covered yet?
Not that I can think of at this time.
All right, as I stated at the beginning, no decision is made today in this hearing. All decisions of the board are done by a majority vote, so at least 3 members must agree on what happens next, whether it's a rehearing or something else. Do you understand that?
I do.
I cannot say with certainty how long that decision takes. It could be several weeks, it could be a month or 2. Do you understand?
I do.
Do you have any questions about that process?
No.
I'd like to thank those who appeared in person today to speak and those who spoke online. And with that being said, we will conclude the hearing.
Okay.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a victim impact hearing for Jonathan Hunt. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
262-268.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Have you received a blue disclosure packet at some point?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes.
Any comments you need to make about the packet, or was it generally fine?
It was generally fine, sir.
Okay. Let me explain the purpose of this hearing. This is not a original hearing, meaning that parole is being considered. You have an original hearing date set for February of 2040, which is about a year under guidelines, which is typical. That's when a hearing would typically be set. That does not mean that you would be released at that point. It just means there'll be a hearing at that time. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The rules provide that when an original hearing is set out that far, the victim's representatives can request a hearing, so they don't have to wait for another 15 and a half years. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So what we will do is there are 2 victims' representatives who wish to speak. Is that correct? We will hear from them, and then you will have an opportunity to respond if you wish, but you're not required to. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Who would like to go first? Now, if you'll raise your right hand, do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Even though I have your name written down here, I need you to state it for the record, please.
Arlene Armijo.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know.
Okay. I'm the mother of Noe Armijo. And first, I want to say that there's nothing that will bring back my son or take away the pain my family and friends feel from the loss of Noe. There are no words to express the heartbreak and devastation we feel, but I'll do my best to describe the void we all have without Noe. As a single mother of 2, I did my best to inspire my children to be more kind. I showed them that we all are here to do our best at making a positive impact on this world, even when we're facing challenges. I challenged them to stay focused on their goals, embrace the good in people, hold themselves accountable for their actions or choices. In other words, be the change they wish to see in the world. These were just many of other conversations we would have with rolled eyes, for sure, when you're talking to your children. And as a parent, you ask yourself if your child or your children are actively learning these lessons, and will it affect the way they teach others or impact their relationships? I can tell you that Noah did listen, and he did this with grace. Noah was always a loving son, brother, a fan of comic books. In high school, he was the mascot of his robotics team. And he was enrolled in college, taking classes to become a mechanical engineer.
But my son was more than just a loving robotic nerd with a kind soul. He made a difference with every person he interacted with. I heard so many stories shared with me by his friends about he would stop strangers to ask, "How are you doing?" Then genuinely sit and listen to their story. He made strangers into acquaintances, acquaintances into friends, and friends into family. Noah helped so many people see how special they were and encouraged them to pass the kindness on to others. I had the honor of meeting one of those people. It was a young man that met Noah at the very coffee shop that Jonathan and Jaden stalked him at. This young man said Noah noticed him sitting in the coffee shop alone and asked if he wanted to play chess. After they played chess and talked for a few hours, this young man felt safe enough to open up to Noah about how he was feeling hopeless and was going to commit suicide that evening. My son heard him. He stayed with that young man until closing and then sat in a parking lot talking with him until 3 a.m., giving him hope. This young man is still alive because of my son's one act of kindness, to actively listen to a stranger. My son's best friend, who was with him that night, shared with me that Noah pulled him out of his depression, taught him how to drive, encouraged him to enroll into college, and taught him how to take care of his mental and physical health. In turn, these young men have passed on acts of kindness to others in need of a friend. I could tell you so many other stories that demonstrate the immense impact of losing Noah and how he had a ripple effect across our family and community. Now, on September 13, 2018, Jonathan Hunt chose to hunt my son down like an animal with Jaden Olson via Snapchat. Jonathan and Jaden stalked my son's location throughout the day. Jonathan chose to continue with Jaden to the Rancheritos where my son was eating a late dinner with his best friend. Jonathan chose to take a gun handed to him by Jaden, follow Jaden into the Rancheritos, then to where Noah sat eating, talking with his best friends. Within 2 minutes, Jonathan chose to strike Noah in the head. Knocking him to the ground. As my son tried to stand up, Jonathan shot him twice. Then Jonathan chose to flee the scene with Jaden, leaving my son to bleed out. I recognize that Jonathan was just 18 years old when he murdered my son, and that he's a product of his environment. However, Jonathan himself made it clear in his testimony during the trial that he felt he did nothing wrong by taking my son's life. He has shown no remorse, but instead of owning his action, he chooses to disrespect my son's character by claiming my son had a gun and was going to take his life. There is no evidence to support his claim, nor did any of the witnesses support these claims. During the trial, there was testimony by my son's best friend, as well as Jaden, of how much Noah wanted to help people be the best they could be, and how Noah was calm and tried to de-escalate the situation by apologizing to Jaden for his involvement with Jaden's girlfriend, which is a true reflection of who Noah was in every story told by me, by his teachers, friends, family, and strangers that are now family. This senseless act of violence was all over Jaden's jealousy of my son's relationship with Jaden's now ex-girlfriend and Jonathan's desperation to make a name for himself by being Jaden's muscle man. As we found out during the investigation, it was uncovered that Jonathan was homeless and trying to join a blood gang, but they wouldn't claim him. At sentencing, Jonathan had his lawyer make a statement that Jonathan was not in the gang. Yes, that is correct. You were not in the gang at the time that you murdered my husband. You were trying to be in the gang. There's a difference. However, now you are in the gang. How do we know that Jonathan's in the gang? Well, all we have to do is look over at Jonathan's face and see the teardrop tattoo he obtained while in custody after murdering my son. Not only did he choose to take Noah's life, but he also is bragging about it on his face with that teardrop tattoo. That teardrop tattoo represents in gang culture. Gangs do not allow you to put a teardrop tattoo if you are not in the gang. They do not let you put a teardrop tattoo if you were They do not let you get one for self-defense or fearing for my life, as he put it in his testimony. The truth is, Jonathan chose to embrace the gang life and is proud that he was able to earn some street cred. You cannot claim to be a badass wannabe gang member and scared of my nerdy son in the same breath. This is just another example of Jonathan not taking responsibility for his choices and trying to save himself. Jonathan clearly did not value my son's life. Let me be very clear. This senseless act of violence demonstrates that Jonathan did not value the lives of others. Jonathan had no qualms about taking the gun from Jaden to murder my son. Jonathan had never met or known Noah prior to the moment that he took his life. Jonathan had many opportunities to walk away, but he did not. He made his choice to murder my son in cold blood, someone he knew nothing about. Jonathan's lack of remorse and sympathy has only added to our trauma. Jonathan's actions or choices have not only taken Noah from us, but he's also inflicted a deep emotional wounds on our family and friends. Furthermore, Jonathan not only has taken my son from this earth, he has also taken away Noah's ability to continue to make this world a better place. He has taken away the hugs and kisses my son would give me every time he came and went. He has taken away my daughter's only sibling. And my only son. Taking us from a family of 3 to a family of 2. He has taken away a piece of our hearts. He has taken away a piece of our purpose. Although we may have peace in our hearts knowing that every person Noah encountered, they will forever have a positive impact on their lives. And how he turned strangers into family. In all, we will continue to honor my son by passing on his kindness and lessons to others. However, this will never make up for the loss in this world of what Noah could have been to the world. This is why I ask you the adult parole board to order Jonathan to continue to serve life in prison. He should not be allowed in society where he can do this again to someone else so easily and then blame the victim for his choices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for that well-spoken statement. Will you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I promise.
Thank you. And again, although I have your name written down, will you state it for the record?
Yes, Ariana Lokeni.
Thank you. What would you like the board to know?
Good morning and thank you for your time. My name is Ariana and I am Noah's sister. I have dreaded writing this letter and speaking today again, first with Judge Kendall and now you. Over the past 5 years, my grief has come in waves, from swift peaks that last for days to numbing silence that seems to last for months since the trial concluded. I've started and stopped this letter multiple times, struggling to be vulnerable while also telling you about the person I love the most in this world. Noah and I were raised by our young but resilient mother. Although she did her best, my brother and I were often found ourselves alone. While she worked hard to provide for us, we didn't have much, but we always had each other. Noah is 4 years younger than me, and as his older sibling, I felt a strong responsibility to protect him. By the age of 6, Noah faced significant challenges, including a diagnosis of dyslexia and dysgraphia, which made school difficult and led to bullying because he needed extra help. Thankfully, our mom found tutors and a school that nurtured his curiosity for math and science and engineering. There, Noah found his people and made friends easily. He was known there for being the person anyone could turn to for help or simply just to listen. He had a unique ability to empathize with others and reminded them that they were special and deserving of love. I once thought that he was naive for his unwavering kindness and trust in people. He believed that everyone deserved a chance to better themselves. Through this example, he taught me to be more accepting and patient, reminding me that I didn't always have to be the strong one holding our small family together. He showed me the importance of leading with kindness and an open heart, as we never know what someone might be going through. My younger brother. A few weeks before I lost him, we shared a heartfelt conversation. I have gifted my brother my old car and opened up to him about my struggles with depression and the trauma I carried from our childhood. He responded, "I know you were trying to take care of me. I understand it was out of love." From that moment, our bonds as siblings deepened. He was discovering more about himself and starting therapy to heal his inner child from the bullying and self-loathing he experienced. He was learning to love himself for his imperfections and granting himself the same compassion he offered others. And I think we all struggle with that. I cherish those memories, especially the time when he was younger. I convinced him he was a robot and his dreams were programmed each night. He got a good giggle out of that. But on September 13th, 2018, my life changed forever when Jonathan chose to follow Noah into Rancheritos that night. He made the choice to take an innocent life, seeing it as a step into the gang life, a misguided attempt to make a name for himself, as evidenced by the tattoo underneath his left eye, as he tried to hide from the jury.
I still had nightmares of that night, recalling my mom banging on my front door to tell me what had happened. I still can see myself dropping to the floor and screaming. My therapist has diagnosed me with PTSD from these experiences. And while I work to heal, it feels like I've started the grieving process all over again. The emptiness without Noah feels insurmountable. Even after 5 years, I still struggle to accept this reality. That I had lost him so senselessly. This wasn't an accident, it was a deliberate act. The holidays have grown colder and emptier. This year has been particularly unbearable as we lost both our grandfathers within 48 hours of each other this spring. I like to think that they're together again, watching over us. We joke that no, I couldn't just have one grandpa, he had to take both. The hardest part was laying them to rest without him. A piece of them broke when he died. No parent or grandparent should have survived their child or grandchild. All I want is to see Noah again. Not for one last time, but to have him here with us. He deserves to be here. I find solace in my dreams of him when he visits me, and other times when I lay in bed replaying videos or scrolling through his social media to hear his voice again. During overwhelming days, I drive to the cemetery and lay in the grass next to him. Sometimes searching the sky for the will to keep going, other times just to stop. Each birthday that passes hasn't gotten easier. In fact, they've been filled with anger recently. I'm angry he's not here to celebrate with us, to blow out his candles, to choose his birthday dinners, to come with us while we explore more national parks, a new tradition we started, an attempt to bring back some excitement and joy during his birthday. As you can imagine, Noah meant the world to me. Losing him felt like losing myself. I am no longer the protective sister, and we are no longer a mighty family of 3. I won't have my brother to share my life milestones with. He will never meet my future children or walk me down the aisle. I am the sole keeper of our memories, playing together, laughing, and me mostly teasing him. These places were once lived in. The places we once lived and played now feel somber and lonely. Life continues without him, even though he deserves to be a part of it. At the beginning of this tragedy, I was willing to forgive and show compassion to Jonathan, believing he faced a difficult life. I hope he would take responsibility for his actions, thinking this senseless mistake. However, over the years, Jonathan's demeanor and defense strategy made it clear that he had no intentions on reflecting on what he had done. Perhaps as he matures, he will confront the consequences of his choices. Maybe then I can find it in my heart to forgive him. But I cannot forget his cold and specialist face when he muttered, "I did nothing wrong," on the stand. Those words came from someone who does not value life and should not be among society. Therefore, I ask you to impose the maximum sentence in terms of no parole for the defendant. I believe our justice system and the trust that he has opportunity for rehabilitation if he is honest with himself of why he chose to take an innocent life. Thank you.
Thank you for that well-spoken statement as well. Mr. Hunt, you're not required to give a response, but you do have the opportunity if you wish to. Do you wish to say anything in response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll want to move just a bit closer so that everyone can hear you. What would you like to say in response?
I just want to say that the person that did go into that courtroom was not a person that showed remorse. Since 2018 to 2023, fighting the case in the courtroom, I was only thinking about myself, and not very often did I think about the impact that I had on other people because of my actions. And it took until the day of getting sentenced to have the mother of the decedent in front of me, hearing her pain and being able to see that in her face. And I can hear my mother crying behind me. And I can only feel that I had two mothers in the courtroom and I took two sons away. I come from a home of three as well. It was just me, my older sister, and my mother. And instead of choosing to be the man in the house, I chose to run around and do the things I wasn't supposed to. I did seek acceptance my whole life. I didn't have a father. I didn't have any brothers. I didn't know where I was going in life. Not once did I think long term. I never saw myself coming to prison. I never saw myself killing somebody. Although I'm not a gang member, I was hanging out with the wrong people. I was making the wrong choices. And it took me too long to realize that. And there's nothing I could say that will fix my mistake. I want to make sure that these people are heard because what they're going through is something I can't imagine. And it's because of me. For 5 years, I had no idea that I was putting these people through hell. Just trying to figure out who killed their son. I didn't want to take accountability. I didn't want to face the fact that I took somebody's life. So I just went in there with my head high, smug on my face, because I didn't want to show my emotions. I didn't know how. I grew up in the juvenile system. I grew up not being able to show my emotions and not being able to look weak. So I thought I was ignorant, I was young, and I made a really stupid choice. And every day I'm reminded by looking at my face in the mirror. I do look at my face and see how stupid it was to put that on my face. I was not thinking about how disrespectful it was to brag about taking somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's family member away from this world. I didn't know no way. I made a fast decision that changed a lot of people's lives, and it took me a long time to realize that. I was very afraid to get up in front of the people that I hurt and to admit that I took your son, I took your brother. I was so afraid to admit the fact that I made a mistake. And for a long time, I felt like I wasn't able to show that type of emotion because of where I was at. I came in young, I came in ignorant with the mentality of having to be tough or having to act a certain way because of my environment, because I'm in jail, and I was mostly the youngest person every single section I've been in, and still to this day, most sections I go in, I'm one of the youngest people. And some people try to take advantage of that. And so my young mentality, I thought that I had to act a certain way. I was wrong. Sorry. There's so much that needs to be said, and I don't want to, obviously nobody would want to sit here and say, I deserve to do time to do this, but I deserve to pay for what I did, and these people deserve to be heard. And I want to say thank you for allowing me to have this chance to speak for myself, because 5 years fighting my case, I wasn't allowed to speak for myself. I wasn't to speak as myself. I was told what to say, how to say it. If I wanted to say something a certain way, it was articulated better. And on the other side, the only thing that you could see is just a fake person. The things I'm saying is fake. My emotion is fake. And that wasn't wrong. I'm sorry doesn't even begin to scratch the surface at all. I took the life of a human being. It lays heavy with me every single day. I don't understand forgiveness. I don't understand how to forgive myself. I don't understand how these people could even forgive me. I don't. I don't understand forgiveness, but I'm not a killer. I'm not some murderer. I made a huge mistake. I didn't know how to handle what I did. I don't know how to handle my emotions still to this day. When it comes up, I don't know how to feel. I just feel a mix of anger and sadness and confusion. I don't know why things happened the way they did, why it happened so fast. I don't know why I wasn't able to say the things I'm saying now sooner. I don't know why things didn't go a different way. I don't have all the answers for these people like they deserve. I do take responsibility. I do take accountability, and I don't want that to be taken away. I don't want that to be minimized at all. But they are right. When I was going into court, that wasn't the person that was showing remorse. That wasn't the person that was taking accountability at all. I made a huge mistake. And although I realized that since the day I came in, I didn't know how to show it. And it's hard to imagine what they're going through because, like I said, I did come from a bandmate 3 as well. And the first visit I had from my mother when I was in jail, she told me, so the night before this all happened, I was supposed to visit my mother. And she had told me that the worst thing that she could ever imagine is seeing my face on the news. And that very next morning, when I was supposed to come to my mother's house to eat breakfast with my girlfriend and my family, she sees her son's face on the news for murder. I've affected my family, I've affected my loved ones, I've affected these people and their family and loved ones, and I'm so sorry. I truly am.
Do you agree with the statement that this was done to gain street cred or influence
No,
with people?
no, although I don't blame them for saying that at all.
What is your position about why it happened?
Honestly, sir, I do not have the answer for you right now. Gratefully, I'm sorry. Everything that night happened really fast. And Jade Nelson was not a good influence on my life. I was not in the right state of mind. I was homeless teenager. I was hanging around the wrong people.
I want to make sure I understand. It sounds like you're saying there was no reason at all for it. Is that?
So with all due respect, I was advised because this case is still going through the course that I won't be able to
Okay,
answer something like that. I
Understood.
apologize, but
understood. Now, typically after a hearing, I would say that a decision has not been made and the decision would be made in the next few weeks or so. But as I explained at the beginning, the decision has been made here to have an original hearing February 2040. Now, I cannot say what conditions will be 15 and a half years from now, so it could be a month before, a month or two after, but that should be an approximate date. Do you understand that?
yes, sir.
Now, the people who will be on the board then may well be in high school now. So I can't possibly predict what those people would do or not do, but I can tell you this. If you get to that hearing and you have completed all the programming that you can, and you don't have disciplinary violations, it will go much better for you than if you get there like people I've seen who have 3 pages of disciplinary violations and they've picked up 2 or 3 new felony convictions in prison. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Those folks, I have told, if you continue to commit violations and pick up new felonies in prison, you will never get out. So here you are, 15 and a half years out. And what I'm saying is it's completely up to you how that hearing will go, whether you'll be confronted with why did you commit all these new crimes, or whether the question will be, tell us what you learned in all these programs you completed. And I certainly don't want to speak for the victim's family and can't do so. I don't have the right to do so. But I would guess that their hope would be that you don't commit new violent offenses in prison and that you behave yourself no matter what the decision is going to be in 15 and a half years. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Well, Mr. Hunt, I appreciate you appearing this morning, and I really appreciate those who have appeared in person and commented, and of course, at the original hearing, you would have the ability to be present to that hearing as well. So with those comments being made, we will conclude the hearing at this time.
On record.
So this is the time and place scheduled for a, looks like an original hearing for Eric GLOSSON, offender number 210660. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and I apologize. I said it was an original hearing. This is a rehearing, so I apologize. I misspoke. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet from the board?
I did.
And did you have a chance to review that information, sir?
I did.
Were there any obvious errors in that documentation that we need to discuss before we get started?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. Just so we kind of catch ourselves up to speed, I'm going to put some information on the record of what led us to today's hearing. It looks like you had an original hearing back in March of 2018. At that time, the board ordered a paper review of in 5 of 2023 to determine if you had been able to receive your SOTP, the Sex Offender Treatment Program, in federal custody, and to update the board of your projected release date. Contact was made by our office in 6 of 2023, and the federal agency did inform us that you did complete a non-residential SOTP program that was offered at the institution that you were residing in at that time. At that time, the board asked for a sex offender assessment and an updated risk assessment to be conducted, and then this rehearing so we can go over that information. Does that seem accurate to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So are you still currently being or under custody of the federal system for a parole or anything like that?
No, I am on the federal probation.
Okay, and how long is your probation?
180 months. 15 years.
Okay, and that starts as soon as you're released from state's custody?
I believe it started when I was released from federal custody.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're currently on that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And when were you released from federal custody?
September 6th of 24.
Okay, perfect. So just barely. Thank you for that information. We did receive information from the state. It looks like you had a sex offender assessment back on 12/11 of 2023. Did you get that documentation in your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, perfect. And so it does score you at the average risk to reoffend. How does that make you feel at this point in time?
It was very similar to the assessment that was done in the federal institution. Although it seems average, is what they say is commonplace. That there are many other factors that can bring that lower or higher. It still makes me feel they say bothered that's what the score is, but I understand that's how the assessment works in the system that they use to determine the risk level. I would like to believe that I am of a lower risk.
Okay. And what have you worked on to work on lowering your risk score?
Besides completing the SOTP in the feds, I also participated in several adjunct classes that they have there with communication, the relationship skills. I was a part of the what they call the suicide watch cadre, where I worked with people who were experiencing a pretty low point in their life, and were placed on suicide watch, and they have a cadre of inmates who sit with them and see if we can't connect with and help them through that. So it gave me opportunities to put to use some of the skills that I've learned as far as communication and the interactions I have with the people in my community.
Good. With the programming that you have already participated in, what are some of the takeaways that are going to help you from reoffending in the future?
Well, I learned pretty much that I had a need for, and a call for help, and I knew that, and I didn't do that in the past, and I learned that utilizing that, that the inner feeling and the thought that I might be struggling, or I might, need help from the community or from friends or family, therapists or whatnot, to go ahead and ask for those, for that help, and ask those people for support. That I really can't do this on my own, so to speak. As most people will say that, it takes a village sometimes, and that for me was an important thing to remember, that I do have people out there that care, that want to help me and whatnot. Also, learning about my own habits and pitfalls, such as being isolated, or living away from my social circle, or activities that I can do with the people that I've become close with, friends with, whatnot. It also brought me to the point where I realized that I do need my family, and I tried to go out on my own and live my own life, separate from my family. And once I learned that that's something that that was a bad move on my part, that I needed to reach out and connect with my family, and repatch some of those histories, so to speak.
Thank you for that. In the sex offender assessment, it does recommend that you complete another sex offender program in state's custody or in the community. What are your thoughts and feelings on that?
Well, the program that I took in FCI Inglewood, their recommendations, and in my talking in one-on-one, I learned that it's a far better situation and outcome to continue said programming on the streets, whether or not program on the streets here or in the community that accepts the federal programming to either progress me towards the aftercare or later in the stage. I had told them that I would still want to participate in a program in the community as a good step down procedure, so that way I can be more familiar with some of the other techniques and learn new skills to put in my toolbox, so to speak. When I'm dealing with the community, rather than putting into practice with my my fellow inmates, so to speak. The idea is that I wouldn't be in prison forever, and so I need to be able to have the ability to work with people in the community as well.
Perfect. And do you have a program lined up in the community that you're going to participate in ongoing treatment through?
I don't have one yet. The federal probation had sent a list of 3 programs that they contract with. Once I get in touch with federal probation, they're waiting essentially for me to be released from state custody, and I have to report to them within 72 hours, and they have 3 programs that they want me to look at.
Perfect. And are you planning on staying in the state of Utah?
Yes, for at least for the duration of any parole and/or probation that I have.
Okay. And are you willing to abide by any no contact orders and sex offender conditions that the state may impose?
Absolutely.
Okay. Walk me through your release plan. Walk me through where you're going to live, what employment you're going to get, who your support team is.
So at the moment, I believe that federal probation had told me in their last communication with me at the federal prison that if the state cannot provide housing essentially right after release, that they have 4 programs that they work with to provide housing for me temporarily while I essentially get on my feet and get a job or whatnot. I also have a prospect with a friend of mine who lives in Ogden, Utah,
Okay.
that is currently on federal probation, and he was informed that his probation officer told him that they were going through a new initiative about pairing up people who would be beneficial on both parties, something that wouldn't be harmful and the situation wouldn't happen, and that he is currently looking into that. Other than that, if I'm to utilize like a halfway house or a step down program, I do have a phone number that I was waiting to be approved here to call for a company called Almost There. And I will get in contact with them to find out what options they have. I am looking forward to returning to the workforce. I've learned that both Amazon and Pepsi company are felon friendly, so to speak. And I have warehouse history, and I worked in the industries for the federal prison called the Unicor, where I built electronic cables for the military. And so I've been solder certified, and as well as a certified quality inspection associate. And so I have several skills that I can put to use in that field.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Who's going to be your support team here in Utah?
Besides the probation officer, as well as parole officer, if granted parole, I have like my friend Tyler Hess, who lives in Ogden, who is a direct contact that I can be in close contact with. We were both a part of the same support group in Central Community for almost 7 years, and I've known him now 10 years. And he's doing very well in the community, holding a job, paying a mortgage on his own home. And we've talked for many years and discussed what is necessary to support each other and to help each other out.
Okay.
That would be my state contact. I have several other contacts outside of the state who I can be in touch with.
Okay, perfect. I do want to acknowledge your good institutional behavior. Thank you so much for holding yourself to a good standard of conduct, and not, diving into the drama that comes along with the prison life and getting institutional disciplinary violations. So thank you so much for that. Keep up that good work. That is something that the board closely monitors. So thank you for holding yourself to a good standard of conduct. Those are my questions. I want to give you the last couple of minutes of your hearing to let me know anything that you would like the board to take into consideration when they make their decision of how to move forward.
Well, I would like to convey, first, I wanted to apologize for inundating your office with so much paperwork.
You're okay.
I thought that there was a couple times where some mail got lost, and so we resent things and whatnot. And in my blue packet, I see I've got like 3 copies of the exact same thing that I've sent out. So apologize for being a headache for that. But I think that the time that I've spent in federal custody, and even the time that I've been here, it's provided me the opportunity and the time to assess my past mistakes, my past life, if you would, and look at the, as we call it, the new me and what I plan to do going forward. And the culmination of my programming, the support that I've given and the support that I've received has let me know that I still have the ability to help people without hurting them, and to accept people's feedback and their criticisms honestly and openly. And really, I feel like I'm ready to return to the community and help support society rather than be a drain on it, so to speak. Being incarcerated and living off of the tax dollars, if you would. I think that it's something that I feel like it was something that was necessary and needed to happen as far as my the work that I put in and understanding of the program that they taught me.
Thank you so much for that statement. What's going to happen from this point moving forward is, as the hearing officer, I don't make any of the release decisions. Our board is in charge of making all decisions, and that is a little bit of a process you've probably heard before. All of our decisions are done through our board, which is a 5-member panel. 3 of those members have to review your file and come to the same conclusion in order for it to be finalized, because we do work on majority vote. That process typically takes anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. It could take a little bit longer. Don't be alarmed if you don't get a decision right away. Sometimes we get backlogged on our end, and it has has nothing to do with you. It's just we get a lot, of things that we have to go through. But as soon as we do come to our decision, you'll get a letter through inmate mail that outlines what the board's decision is, and that could include a release date. If it does include a release date, it will include your parole conditions, so you can start working with the federal system, to see what you need to do to appease both the state and federal system. Or it could include programming that they want you to do while you're incarcerated prior to a release. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for me, sir?
I don't. I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner, but I want to make sure on record that they understand that I do take full responsibility for my actions. And when I was sentenced federally, I said that I'd offer my apologies to the victims and their families. And although I said that I felt like that apology would fall on deaf ears at the time, and that I would show my apology through my behavior. And I believe that I have stuck to that and will continue to do so.
Thank you so much for that. I do find that that's very heartfelt and given, with the bottom, from the bottom of your heart. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that, and I'll make sure that the board is aware of that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Thank you. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you. You too. So this is a time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing and original hearing for Caleb. And is it TABBEE?
Yes, it's TABBEE.
TABBEE? Okay, thank you for that. Offender number 241952. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, all the truth.
Okay. Thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Perfect. And did you receive the blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Were there any obvious errors in that documentation that we need to discuss?
Yes.
Okay, what's going on with that documentation that we need to be aware of?
So I received a blue packet. I received like multiple, like 3 blue packets now.
That's pretty standard.
And well, I looked over one of my first blue packets I got, and so I'm here on so I'm seeing the board for case number 201800419, right? Oh no, sorry. It's 181800352.
Yes, that is correct.
Is that the only one?
That is, so what it looks like what happened is that in regards to that case, you were originally given supervised probation, and that the judge didn't revoke or violate your probation until 3/19 of 2024. And so that was well after you were serving your commitment, and unfortunately, you know, you already had it looks like you may have had a release date already. And so it's more of a clerical issue that brought us to today's hearing.
Yes, because when I received my paper for the date I got was on the 15th of this month, right? My parole granted.
Yeah.
So right here, it has all 4 of them. But like you said, he forgot to put that, what is it, failure to respond, right?
Yeah, so currently your JNC or your commitments, I'll go through them. So we have the case number 181800352, the failure to respond to the officer's signal to stop, the 3rd-degree felony. And that was the one that the probation was not revoked until earlier this year. So we've never had an original hearing on that. When the judge revoked that probation, he turned that case over to board jurisdiction. And so the board has to put that on the record and discuss that, which is why we're here today. You're also, or what also shows on your OTRAC is case number 191800326, which is possession with the intent to distribute. It's a Class A misdemeanor, and that did expire on 5/30 of 2024. So with the cases that expire, once you're done serving your commitment and your parole for the cases that you were originally held in custody for, those will drop off and will not show in the future. So the possession with the intent, and then in case 201800271, the criminal mischief, the Class A misdemeanor, that also has expired. So that was discharged on 5/29 of 2024. So once you're done serving your parole, that will also drop off. The only other case that's actually holding you is case 201800419, the DUI, which is a 3rd-degree felony. And it looks like that case expires 12 of 2027. And then the case, the failure to respond in case 1818, that expires on 3/27 of 2029.
Yes, okay. I see that.
Yeah. So does that kind of give you an idea of what you're being held on and when those charges will drop off?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So just for some background, you know, just to put it on the record, you had an original hearing back on 8/6 of 2024. You're granted parole of 10/15 of 2024, contingent upon no new disciplinary violations. In case 1818, you know, like I said, you were granted probation, and then earlier this year, you were remanded to prison for that offense. We didn't have the documentation. The court system had never sent us over the documentation, so we didn't have that offense listed for you prior to that hearing. So at no fault of your own, we you know, just we always do a double check of everybody's file. And later in August, after the hearing, we conducted a scheduling review And we did find that case. So we did have to rescind your parole date because that's the only way, you know, that we can legally do that. We do have to take that away. And then we granted this original hearing as quickly as possible so we could discuss that case. So just for some background, in regards to that case, it's been quite a few years. Do you remember the incident at all?
I don't, to be honest. That was
Okay.
like, what was it, 2018, I believe, or 19?
18. It was 2018. Yeah. So it's been, you know, 6 years, 7 years. So let's talk about what you've been up to since you have been in custody. And the programming that you've been able to complete. I've read through your case action plan goals. Why don't you tell me some of the takeaways from the programming that you have completed that's really going to help you stay on track moving forward when you're back in the community?
To be honest with you, I have not been doing any programs.
Okay.
Was up in Gunnison. I got myself into some programs, but I wasn't in Gunnison that long to go to attend those classes. And since when they moved me from Gunnison down here, I was in the BRT program. I was in the BRT program. I was going to MRT classes. Then I got my date, and you know, I told the main guys like, hey, I'm not really contingent. I told the guys that I wasn't contingent on the program. So they're like, well, what are you doing here then? Like, well, like you're just wasting other people's time, you know, that needs to come to the program. So I told one of the main guys like, hey, like, I know that I'm probably causing a problem here for, you know, some of the people, because some of the guys were pretty mad, like, well, if you don't have to do the program, then why are you sitting in here? Why are you wasting other people's time when they could come over to come do the program? So I was in the program for a bit, and I told, you know, I was going to MRT classes, but I only made it to two classes. That's it, until they moved me out of the BRT program.
Okay.
Over here on the other side, not doing any programs.
Okay. Well, let's talk about what you have lined up for the community. What type of programming have you set up that can help you with your case action plan?
So I reached out to a treatment center, Liberty Addiction Recovery Center, and I do have a bed waiting for me for when I am released, or you know. So the guy did send a paper over to the board. So you guys should have got a copy of that.
I did, yes. Yep.
So I've been reaching out to that. I, you know, got myself into it, which is pretty good. You know, I kind of never really got myself into a program doing it myself, you know.
Good.
So I reached out to this rehab center, and he's really willing to admit me into their program.
Perfect. How long is their program?
Well, it says right here, it says residential for 30 days or more as required to resolve to underlying cause of addiction.
Okay.
From there on out, they would step me down to a male sober home or outpatient program, which is a total program is around 6 months.
Perfect. So where are you planning on living? What part of the state? Oh, I think we froze.
About Utah right now.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I lost you there for a second. So I didn't hear what part of the state you're planning on living in.
Provo and Orem, Provo or Orem, somewhere away from the Salt Lake City, somewhere away from the city.
Good. And do you have support in that area?
I don't. It's a new community to me. I have no support there. You know, I feel like a new community would be good for me to be in, because the other community is not good for me to be in. Like,
Yeah.
Utah is not good for me. There's just a lot of trouble there.
Okay. So do you have work lined up, or do you need help do you need vocational rehabilitation as part of your parole agreement?
Yes, right here they said they will help me with employment as well.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to put voc rehab on your, I'm going to ask the board to put voc rehab on your parole agreement, just in case you need it. So you may not, but I do want you to have access to that service if you need it. What vocational rehabilitation does is it helps with ongoing training for different job skills and ongoing education. It also works with employers that are felon friendly. So it eliminates that barrier of you seeking out employment and getting turned down just because of your convictions. So I think that that'd be very beneficial for you to have access to if you need it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what do you think the biggest change has been in your mindset throughout this incarceration that's really going to help you with your sobriety and with your stability and not committing new criminal offenses?
Well, can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah, no, like what's the biggest shift in the way that you're thinking that's really going to help you be successful?
My biggest, so moving out of Roosevelt to, to a new community where it's more, productive, more, what would I use? What word is it? More social, more, better community for me as well. Getting to know new people and get out of that mindset that I used to be in and not around my old friends, make better friends. That's going to help me succeed in life. That's going to help me stay on the right path as well. I'm not I don't plan on doing drugs at all. Like that's not my thing. My thing is to live a better life, get out of the community, explore more, get a job and meet new friends that's doing the job too, so, just making new friends that help me to better myself in life.
Good. I like that. I think that's a really good plan. Those are my questions. I want to give you the last few minutes of your hearing to let me know anything that we haven't had a chance to cover that's important for the board to know.
I did have paid a restitution off. I paid my restitution off for case number 2018000271. I paid that restitution off. If you guys see that in your guys' files.
Yes, perfect.
I have paid that off. So that's done. I paid my restitution off. That's done. But the only thing, I just have to pay off my fines and all that, which I will get to, I will do that. Here it's saying that, let me find it. Oh, so the summary, what is it? The Recision Hearing Institution of Progress report?
Yeah.
So the summary recommendation, it kind of caught my eyes. It says offender to be is appearing for the Board of Ordinance for original hearing for the above listing offense. He is not participating in the BRT program. The OMR recommends offender Perez Parole. I don't know why I think that's a typo, but it says Perez Parole at or above his matrix guideline and successfully complete the BRT program.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm sure that was just a typo, but I'll make sure that it's documented in your file, okay?
Is that what they're recommending is I do the BRT program now? After I was, after I got my papers saying that I didn't have to, so does that mean I'm going to now?
No. So all decisions are up to the board. So a lot of people get to give recommendations, including myself, which the board then has to look through your file, where, the actual reasons why you haven't been able to participate in program. And then they make the best decision that they can based on the totality of the situation. So, which it could be, just like last time, it could be getting a parole date with the same parole conditions.
Yes.
So, so, I can't tell you what they're going to do, but I would historically, they'll probably follow what they did in your last parole agreement. You know, and let you parole at some date, you know, that they choose, and then with those same parole conditions.
Okay. Yeah, because, all right. I'm looking at two different papers right now, and the first one that I got, you know, it says 18 months and sentencing guideline was 4/17/2024. Then the new one I have now, it's the guideline total of 17 months with sentencing guideline date 11/15/2023. So that's the new one I have. So that's like, you know, I'm just kind of worried, curious
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, and the one that I have, the latest documentation that I have does show that your matrix is at 18 months with the 4/17 of 2024. So we're well beyond guideline.
All right.
So yeah, so I am still showing, you know, so it was the earlier one, the 2023, but then we had to redo your matrix with your new conviction on it, and that did change it to the 4/17 of 2024.
All right. Okay.
So yeah, so we're definitely above that, and I think that you have very valid reasons reasons as to why you weren't able to participate in that programming. And I'll make sure that the board is aware of that it wasn't your choice to be removed from the programming, but it was an institutional choice due to bed space. So I'm definitely going to make sure that they're aware of that. And the fact that you do have programming lined up in the community through Liberty that you can participate in, okay?
Okay. Yes. I would, you know, I would love to get to this program. I think it would really do me really good. Because like I
Good.
said before, you know, this program, the BRT program, it's really ran by inmates in here.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It is.
I think it won't do me good. It's just, we're sitting at a table from 8 to 11 o'clock, just sitting there not doing any work, you know, on our tablets or goofing off or watching TV, you know, that's not really programming for me, you know?
Yeah, and that's true. And so I do like your release plan. I think that, you know, you do have it set up to really succeed and be successful. And so I'm going to make sure that that's outlined in detail for the board so they know exactly what you're committing to. So they can see that you are committing to that long-term sobriety. Okay.
Okay. I just want to say a few words. You know, I'm just ready to be more thoughtful. Like, I'm ready to be more thoughtful, making better decisions in my life. I have a family that needs me, you know, needs me back home. Needs me back home. My little girls need me back home. I don't want to miss out anymore in life as much as I already have. You know, you know, me being here in prison really opened up my eyes, and, you know, I don't want to live this lifestyle anymore. Like, this ain't for me, you know, like, this is, you know, it's not for me. Like, I opened up my eyes since I've been here, you know, I'm ready to get out to the community and, you know, be a better person myself into the community as well. You know, I take full accountability for my actions that I have done. You know, I take full accountability for that. And I can't say I really used my time here wisely, you know, because I didn't really, you know, every time I got myself into a program, then I would get, you know, moved down here. And when I was in a program, you know, they wanted me out because I wasn't contingent in a program, so they removed me out of the program. So, you know, I'm just back in the back, not doing nothing. You know, I think it would be good for me, you know, to be out, to go to this program, so that I'm staying on top of my cap, you know what I mean, my cap. Yeah.
Yeah, your case action plan. Yeah.
Yes. And, you know, I feel like a great candidate for parole. You know, I could do this. I know I can do it. I know I will do it, and I can do it. And I'm just ready to be a productive member of the society now. You know, I feel remorse every day for what I have done. You know, I don't want to be here. Like, I know I don't want to, but I have to, you know. But I'm ready to go out to the community and be a better, productive member of the society. I just want to let you know that, like, I take full accountability for my actions, and I'm just ready to move on to this program and do something better with my life. And, you know, I have kids back at home. I have a family that back at home that needs me. You know, I'm just sorry for what I have done. I really am sorry. I just really want to be home with my family.
Thank you so much for that statement. I definitely felt that that was very heartfelt, and I appreciate everything that you shared. You're going to make or break this, you know, and I think that with your attitude and the focus that you have currently, you're going to, you know, accomplish great things. You know, focus on your treatment, focus on your sobriety, and you'll soon have this behind you, and you'll have that life that you desire. What's going to happen from this point going forward is I'm going to hurry up and get my report written today. I definitely want to get it submitted to the board as soon as possible so we can get you a decision quickly. It's the same process as it always is. All of our decisions are done through a majority vote. So at least 3 of the 5 board members have to review your file and come to the same conclusion before your decision is finalized. It typically takes 2 to 4 weeks. I'm going to cross my fingers for you that we can get a decision quickly for you. But expect that letter through inmate mail here shortly so you can see exactly what your decision is and start finalizing your plans of how you're going to move forward. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for me, sir?
I think that's it. I think I got everything out of the way that I had questions for.
Yep. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate your participation and all the information that you're able to give me today. Best of luck with everything, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are we on the record? Sorry, I didn't hear. On record. Okay, thank you. This is the time and place scheduled for an original hearing for Tucker PECK, offender number 221130. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive a blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes, I did.
Were there any obvious or egregious errors in that documentation that we need to discuss before we get started?
No, not that I noticed.
Okay, if anything does come to mind during the hearing, just bring it to my attention, okay?
Okay, I will.
So this is the original hearing in regards to case 2314-04509. You've been convicted of unlawful acquisition, possession, or transferring of a financial card, a third-degree felony, possession of another's identifying documents, a third-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance, a third-degree felony, assault on a police officer, a Class A misdemeanor. And in case 211101151, you've been convicted of theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance, a Class A misdemeanor. And in case 241905603, you've been convicted of possession of a controlled substance, a Class A misdemeanor. Currently, your guideline or your matrix is at 21 months, giving you a guideline of 1/21 of 2024, with the maximum expiration date or the longest that you could potentially be held in custody is 8/14 of 2028. Obviously, we're over your guideline date. So just so you're aware, the board has the authority to pick any date that they choose to release you at. And it's my understanding that we're beyond Matrix, because you were originally given drug court, and had served some intermittent sentences throughout, your, pre-sentence time and then post-sentence time throughout drug court. And so you went through drug court, and then ultimately you're violated in regards to that, and sentenced to the prison sentence, giving the board jurisdiction over you. So I read through the percentage reports, and I know the official version of all the events, but what I really want to know more about is your backstory. You know, what was going on in your life that led up to you committing these crimes?
So I guess you want it from like the beginning, like my childhood and stuff too, or
Just like key points, like what, like, was it, your addiction? Was it friends? Like what's, kind of what?
well, it kind of started as me getting high. It was like with friends and that kind of thing, and I guess it wasn't until like after like around 21, 22 is when things kind of started getting out of control. Like that's when I kind of started IV use and kind of, yeah, just things just started getting different from there, like it just, I struggle with, I've had mental health issues for, since I was young. And so like getting on and off my medication a lot, and then also using it just, and who I was around just led to, I guess, being a criminal. And, it started getting normal from there, but I don't think I would have done a lot of what I did if I wasn't using. And then these charges that I'm in here for, I was clean for about 2 years, and I got married. I had my 2 kids, and we slipped back and started using again, and ended up getting the kids taken into DCFS custody, and that pretty much devastated me. And after that is when I really just, I guess, stopped caring about myself, stopped caring about life, and I was just pretty reckless. And instead of, doing everything I should have done to get my kids back, I just got even worse. And then, me and my wife, after losing the kids, we basically blamed each other for that. And so that turned toxic pretty quick. And then she ended up passing away, and it just kind of compounded after that. And I just used that all as an excuse to just not have to try not to feel anything. And I guess a part of me, like, just, I don't know, for a while I didn't even want to live anymore. And I guess, stopped caring. And I didn't have a lot of family support at this time either. They kind of wrote me off at this point. So I felt like I was completely alone and just desperate.
Okay.
And
How can we help you get on track?
get on track. Well, right now, like for the first time in a long time, like me and my dad, we basically, since I was about 17, haven't really had a relationship. He didn't really understand my addictions and the way I acted. And within the last 6 months, he's actually, like, we've kind of reconciled a lot of our things, which is pretty cool because I haven't had that from him in a long time. And as it turns out, he's done a lot of work with, like, in the recovery and community, and he's kind of understood, where I've come from, which is pretty cool. He has a company that they make drug tests and that kind of thing. So he's learned that side of it. And then also he works with treatment centers, so he's kind of gotten that. And he's also told me when I get out, he's got a job for me, a place to live, a vehicle for me, and also an outpatient for me. And so that's kind of given me a lot of hope to, like, do the best I can, so I can have this relationship with my dad that I haven't had. And also, I know when I get out, I have support, and I have support from my mom. I've actually been able to talk to my kids again.
Good.
and my brothers and sisters. So I have a lot of hope right now, and
Good.
I feel like that's something that I kind of needed for a long time, and I didn't realize, so
Perfect.
I don't know.
What treatment program are you going to be going to? Do you know the name?
I think you said it's called White Tree Medical. I'm pretty sure it's in Salt Lake County.
Perfect. Just that way I can let the board know you do have treatment lined up. What have you been able to work on while you've been in custody? Have you been able to participate in programming?
Not yet. I wasn't sure, like, because this is my first time in prison. I didn't really understand how the signing up worked, but I know how to do that now, and I've talked with my case manager, and so I know what to do now when it opens up again.
Okay, perfect. And a lot of it is subject to bed space availability. We definitely are aware that space is limited with a lot of programs there. So don't worry, that won't be used against you. That you are able to get programs taken care of while you're in custody, which is why we ask what you have lined up in the community.
Yeah.
What do you think the biggest change has been in your attitude or thought process that's really going to help you be successful?
So when I got sentenced to prison, like, it kind of was a shock to me, but it was weird in that moment when I realized, I kind of realized, like, how serious, like, this potentially could be even, worse. And at that moment, I don't know, it's kind of like a switch flipped, and I had this, like, sense of peace, like almost like a realizing, that I need to take responsibility for my own life. Nobody's gonna do it for me. And so I don't know, I'm just really hopeful for the future, and I've been doing what I can. I've had a job in the section for like a little over a month now. I've been trying to stay busy as much as I can, and I don't know, I've stayed away from a lot of the drama, and I don't know. I guess it's just hope is a big thing, and realizing, yeah, that it was me that got me here, and like I need to be the one to get me out.
Yep.
So
And that is, a great point to look at, and realize that it's you. And you have the strength to get through this, and you have the strength to stay on top of your addiction. It may be hard some days. Some days it may be getting through the next 10 seconds. But that 10 seconds may come to or become 10 minutes. And then it may become 10 hours. And then it may become 10 days. And that's 10 months. It adds up really quickly. And pretty soon you'll have that long-term sobriety and, even a greater strength to stay away from it. And so I'm glad that you're focused on that sobriety and making sure that you stick with it. I'm glad that you mentioned, the prison drama. We're very much aware that the prison system is not the greatest environment ever, but you have been able to hold yourself to a good standard of conduct. You do not have any disciplinary violations. So thank you for that. That is something that the board does watch closely. And just so you're aware, any disciplinary violations could potentially get a parole date pulled. If they're egregious and ongoing. Just a side note, you don't have to worry about that. You have had excellent behavior. So thank you. We really appreciate it. I know the staff there appreciates it. And it just helps things run as smoothly as they possibly can. So that's much appreciated. And the board will be taking that into consideration when making their decision. You mentioned a little bit about your mental health. Are you currently stabilized on medication? Does the board need to help you address your mental health issues or?
I've been taking my medication,
Okay.
and also when I get out, my dad he understands mental health too. He's got bipolar and stuff, and he's kind of learned what medications worked for him, and so I've talked with him too, and so he's there to support me with that too. And yeah, I've been taking my meds, I guess, for the last 6 months consistently, so.
Okay, perfect. And you feel that they're working, and do you have access to a therapist and a doctor to get those medications on the outside?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Those are my questions. I want to give you the last couple minutes of your hearing to let me know anything about you that you would like the board to take into consideration.
About me. I don't know. I guess right now I just feel really motivated, and I have the support. I feel like I have something to lose, that I haven't felt that in a long time, and I don't want to lose it. I feel like I have a good opportunity for me. Like my future looks good, and I'm ready to push through it, and I know it might be a while before I get out, who knows, but I'm gonna make the best of my time like I have, and I'm pretty proud of, like how you mentioned, I haven't gotten in any trouble. I've stayed out of that. I'm pretty proud of myself for how far I've come in just a short amount of time, and just, yeah, I don't know, I'm excited for it, so.
Good. Thank you so much. I know that we cover a lot of stuff in a really short period of time. So
Yeah.
thank you for coming and meeting with me and being very open and honest. I think that we had a really good conversation, and you gave me a lot of insight to who you are and where you're going. What happens from this point going forward is, as the hearing officer, I don't make any of the release decisions. So it's my responsibility to, write up a huge report based on what is included in your blue disclosure packet and what we discussed today. That is then submitted to the board, and our board is a 5-member panel. All of our decisions require a majority vote. It's the fairest possible way that we can do it. And so because it does require a majority vote, it at least has to go through 3 hands in order to be finalized. So that process typically takes anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. But as soon as the board does reach their decision, you'll get a good old-fashioned snail mail letter through inmate mail, a hard copy paper from the board that outlines their decision in its entirety. That could include a release date, and if it does include a release date, it will include your parole conditions. If it doesn't include a release date, it'll include a reason as to why and what they want you to do in order to achieve a release date. So that way you're not left in the dark of why they're making their decision, but they'll let you know why they're making their decision and what your needs are. Or a release and what your parole conditions are, so you can start finalizing those plans, okay?
Okay.
Okay, any questions for me, sir?
I think you covered everything, so.
Okay, thank you so much. I truly wish you the best of luck with everything going forward, and at this time, I'll conclude your hearing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So this is a time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing for Devin Anderson, offender number 227484. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did it seem overall correct, or were there any egregious errors in that document?
Nope, it seemed pretty much what happened.
It should just be like a page or two, and usually they are for rescission hearings.
Yeah.
just for the record, the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss why your parole date was rescinded. And then after today's date, the board will decide what your next parole date is going to be and under what conditions. It looks like you had a rehearing back on August 27th of 2024. The board did grant you a parole date of 10/1 of 2024. We received a special attention here at the board on 9/11 stating that you did have 2 write-ups and that you're found guilty of those 2 different things. And so the board did rescind your parole date. And so what we need to do is to discuss your disciplinary violations. So it looks like you were riding a kite or riding back and forth with another female inmate. Let's see. And so let's discuss that. What was going on? Why were you riding this female inmate?
Well, she contacted, like, sent a note through the door first, trying to contact anybody because she thought she was going to do a long time. And it was just, none of my family has ever been locked up before. And it took me a minute to be like, do I want to? Do I not want to? And then I kind of sent a brief like description of like how I am and who I am. And it just got talking back and forth to like, we just understood each other with like what each other has gone through because we've both been locked up and I can't have anyone in my family relate to that. And then I got a queasy feeling after a while and I decided to stop contact within the jail, I should say. And I just kept on doing my time, waiting for everything, and then got the write-ups because other people were found out that they were doing it. And so it started a whole nother investigation and it ended up, I got caught in what I was doing and I pled guilty because I know what I was doing was wrong. I do regret what I did and because it did put a damper on a lot of things because I have so much going for me on the street. I have a job, I have my family, I've messed up so many times with my family that this was the time for me to show them that I was actually truly trying to better myself. And I got carried away and did something stupid that I totally regret.
What do you think you learned from all this?
Well, being in isolation for the 30 days I was in isolation gave me a lot of time to really think about myself and think about what I actually was learning in the program and knowing that I can't be doing this stupid stuff anymore. I came in when I was 20 and now I'm almost 30 years old. That's 10 years of my life. And I had a daughter like 2 weeks before I got locked up. And so she's never been a part of my life at all. That's been something that I've looked at during my lockdown time and wanting to become more of a part of her life. But, you know, in my past, I've chosen not to go through the right ways of getting contact and being around children. And so I just need to be better off at communicating and waiting until I've been given permission to. And that's what everything I was looking at when I was on lockdown, when I got moved here. I've been taking some like online courses on the tablet.
Good.
That kind of teaches me better ways to communicate.
Walk me through your release plan. So you said that you had a job lined up. What type of work are you going to be doing?
It's at Wise Solutions. It's a construction company. So brand new warehouses or old warehouses, we go in and we put up industrial racking. Like when you go to like Costco, you'll see the big racking shelves. I install that stuff. for the companies at very different places.
Yeah.
And so I have that lined up, that my employer has already said that when I get out, I can just go in on the Tuesday that I get out and they're gonna give me my job back. And I've already got lined up with Alpha Counseling to
Perfect.
take aftercare. And my residency at home, and during free time when I'm not doing aftercare or I'm not at work, I plan on just helping out around the house, because the house was built in the 50s, so it has a lot of work to be done. And I'm going to be living with my grandfather, and he's 95, so he can't really do much of it anymore. So I'm planning on helping out. And during that time, there's also a 1974 Ford F-250 that I plan on just working on, just to keep myself busy and not being stupid.
That's quite the feat. That'll be fun.
Yes.
So those are my questions. Do you have anything else that you would like the board to take into consideration?
Just, I regret what I did, and, you know, my family fully was totally happy that I was getting out on the first, and I messed up, and hopefully that this time can be a better option for my family and me to be together, since I've learned what I've learned since the first.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for being here today. I know this hearing was really quick. We just had to discuss the one matter. Be really careful going forward. As you know, disciplinary violations are the easiest and quickest way to get your parole date yanked out from you. And it's something that the board watches closely. So, you know, definitely, you know, focus on that good behavior and following the rules. I will be getting my report written up hopefully today and getting it submitted so you can get a decision quickly. But just like with all hearings, it is the board process where it does have to be a majority vote of the 5 board members. So it could potentially be 2 to 4 weeks. But fingers crossed for you, it's not going to be that. Hopefully you'll get it sooner than that. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for me, sir?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing.
All right. Thank you.
All right, this is the time place set for rescission hearing for Mr. BAIRD, defender number 218136. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons. Good morning. Mr. BAIRD, you'll be providing me a testimony, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that?
Yes.
Was there anything wrong in that information, or can we move forward?
No, we can move forward.
Okay. So you're here today because you had your date yanked for disciplinary reason, for communicating with female offenders in the next section. Why were you doing that?
I was writing to them looking for a pen pal. So when I get out, or one of us do get out, we could write each other back and forth, communicate, just find more information about each other so we could become friends. And that's about it. And on top of that, I got caught passing notes for me and 2 other individuals. But for me, for myself, I was looking for friends to communicate when I do get out or when they get out. so we could write letters back and forth to each other, so we could get to know more of each other, so we could become friends out there in the streets and associate more.
All right. You haven't had any disciplinaries up until now. Why is that? Why did you wait until you're about ready to parole to get in trouble?
Guy was trying to, I don't know, I got offered, not offered, I don't know, I was trying to fit in with the other crowds to make myself look better, to fit in.
Which other crowds?
Hmm?
Which other crowds, sir?
What
What other crowds? Who are you trying to fit in with?
what was I trying to do?
No. Who were you trying to fit in with?
Oh, the inmates at the time.
Were they also writing to the females?
Yeah.
So, part of preparing for this hearing, I had to look through your criminal past. It brought up a big question for me. Do you feel like you're a child sexual predator?
No.
Why not?
Because I had numerous times on my parole, I had numerous chances to do all that sexual predator stuff, but I chose not to do it. I chose to divert from that to different areas of a problematic situation, like financially getting myself in trouble and harassing my ex on my third PV.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't do very well because I didn't think about myself. I thought about worried about everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been told not to do that. I need to worry about myself only, nobody else.
That's good
Oh.
advice.
Yeah. I didn't follow through on that advice though, which I regret for not listening.
You were sentenced to jail, then put on probation. You had your probation revoked 5 times before being sent to prison. You have been on parole 3 times and it was revoked each time. Why is that?
Probation wise, on the first time I lost my rights to parole to the streets because I didn't have a stable environmental structure address at the time. So they placed me at a halfway house until I could financially support myself to afford a place of my own and attend the program. But at the halfway house at the time, I didn't complete the program because I didn't get my full assignments given to me completely. I was missing a page in one of the assignments. I think it was module 2, I think it was, in the old program, the Alpha Counseling program. But after that, it was based on the program I didn't complete. And then parole, the first parole was a no contact order with my victim. And what happened was I thought about the consequences and the repercussions and the suffering, all this and that between the us. I was gonna let her know, thank you for putting me in prison. I hope one day you could forgive me because I'm sorry and I apologize for harming you. And it wasn't right for me to do such thing. A friend, not even an acquaintance, should even do that or should be capable of doing it. And that's what got me put in back in prison for violating my first parole agreement. And then my second one was to not having enough finances saved up. I went back to prison on a second violation for being in a financial crisis. And the third one came back on porn and harassing my ex about guys getting out of prison. And she was supposed to go meet up a guy out in California that was supposed to be out of prison there. But I told her, I'm gonna be blunt, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna give you the whole yard about it. Being an adult, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and treat you like a kid, saying these guys are not cool, these guys are inappropriate. I told her straight up blunt, not honest and all that. And I got harassed for it.
So you signed a parole agreement stating that you're not supposed to have contact with the victim. You've got sex offender conditions. Were you confused by that, or did you choose just to go ahead and violate anyways?
On the first one, I chose to do that one on the first parole violation, which was not cool.
Okay. What do you need to do to have long-term success on this parole?
Don't contact nobody under the age of 18 and don't have no contact with the victims and just worry about myself only, and worry about myself. And listen to the advices that's been given to me instead of ignoring them.
Are you going to be able to do all of that?
Yes.
All right.
And on top of that, when I do parole, if the opportunity comes open-handed of a chance to parole this time, I do have a job lined up with Amazon out in out in Salt Lake City, working with my dad, probably on a production line somewhere. And I have therapy all set up in that. They told me I had to wait to be put on the intake list to be accepted in the alpha counseling, but they want to wait till I get out to hear my voice first to know that I'm actually out.
Okay.
Get that ready to
Where will you be living?
Salt Lake. Out
Who
there.
with?
Bonneville at the halfway house.
Okay. So I see that you completed SOTP earlier this year, is that right?
The relapse prevention program, yes.
Okay. So overall, your behavior, how do you control that?
How do I control it?
Mm-hmm.
If it involves with a sexual desire, I go for my sister and ask her for help, or somebody that I know that I could trust to help me with it. What I could do to keep myself distracted. Excuse me. Like, if my sister's not there, I go to my dad. If my dad doesn't go there, I go to my stepmom, which she's back in Thailand now. But if none of those people are available for help, I go to the closest friends I have. If they don't help, I set up a meeting with my therapist, a one-on-one session, if she's available at that time when I'm in crisis.
Do you think you'd want to contact your therapist a little bit sooner than all the way down the line there?
If it progresses really worse, yes.
Okay. All right. So your discharge summary in June of 2024 says that you're an above average risk to reoffend sexually. What does that mean to you?
Depends how they define it, like physically and visually sexually offend. Like I could go out pretty much physically, I go out and rape anybody, young, from the infant to the oldest to the elderly people. And then the other one is where I could go on the phone or on a computer and look up a porn and commit a sexual act right there.
Are you saying, what are you saying exactly about that?
Means it's not like I'm gonna go out and do it right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like I'm gonna go out and do it right off the bat. Cause I had multiple chances to actually sexually reoffend physically, but I never chose to actually sexually as a victim on any of my pearls.
And what did you say about being online? What did you mean by that?
Like being online, like looking up porn.
Okay, so that would be preferable.
No.
Okay.
Good look at porn. No.
All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, not to my knowledge, I do not.
All right. What will happen next is I'll get my report and recommendation to the board by the end of the day tomorrow. The board's a 5-person panel, so when 3 board members are in agreement, that will be their decision, and you'll get that decision in writing in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Have a good morning.
You too, sir. All right, good morning. This is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for Mr. Dustin Ray Clark, offender number 246821. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Mr. Clark. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer for the Board of Pardons.
Good morning.
Good morning. You'll be providing me a testimony, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Was there anything wrong in that information, or are we good to move forward?
As far as I could tell, everything's right.
Okay. So what we're going to do for the first couple minutes, we're going to talk about the new case. I'll have to retake the pleas that you've already entered because the conviction, then I would like to spend the majority of the time talking about how you're doing now and what your plans are for moving forward. Does that sound okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get into it then. So your new case is 241700113. One count of theft of services, a Class A misdemeanor. One count of fail to stop the command of a law enforcement officer, a Class A misdemeanor. And one count of attempted possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, also a Class A misdemeanor. On March 12th of 2024, Price Police responded to a burglary. A man in black came running out of the residence and dropped a phone as he ran away. 2 officers cleared the residence and a neighbor attempted to enter with them, but they made him wait. It was clear the residence had been recently occupied based on the empty food containers and drinking containers sitting out. So basically what they're saying is that you were squatting in a vacant house and it was discovered, and when the police showed up, you ran from them. You were eventually caught and you were found to have some controlled substance on your person. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right on point.
Okay, very good. 18P has made 5 allegations. I'm going to read through each one of those individually with you and then allow you the opportunity to enter a plea. You can enter a plea of an admission, a denial, or a no contest. Does that sound okay?
Okay. Yes.
Be advised that the board treats a no contest the same as an admission, just for the purpose of parole violation. That's it. Number 1, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or around 1/5 of 2024, how do you plead?
Guilty, or I admit.
Okay, that's fine. Number 2, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, burglary of a dwelling. It was originally charged as a felony too, but it was amended to a 3rd-degree felony. How do you plead?
I admit that.
Okay. Number 3, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, theft of services valued between $500 and $1,500, a Class A misdemeanor. How do you plead?
I admit that.
Allegation number 4, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, failure to stop at the command of a law enforcement officer, a Class A misdemeanor. How do you plead?
I admit that.
And number 5, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, attempted possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, which was also amended to a Class A misdemeanor. How do you plead?
I admit that.
Okay, based off of admissions to all allegations, I will reaffirm that your parole dated on August 1st of 2023 has been revoked. And now let's kind of move on and talk about some other things.
Okay.
So what will help you in the long term to stay on top of your addiction?
I really think that I need more social activities, like more and more people that I can talk to and more people I could be around that are doing good, because I don't have a lot of that in my life.
How do you go about doing that?
How do I go about doing that?
Yeah.
I'm really not sure. I feel like if I knew that, I would probably have tried it. Maybe.
Okay. This isn't a suggestion that you do any one thing or another. I'm just going to relay some of the information that I've found off of my experience here with the board. Some people get involved in like sober softball, different types of sober activities, support groups like AA or NA, things like that. Some people have even found religious services and activities to be helpful too. So there are some things out there that might require you to take input from your therapist. But there are a few things out there, and those are the first things that come to my mind.
Yeah, that seems really good.
What do you need to do to be able to say no to drugs?
I need to be able to cope with my emotions and cope with hard things that happen in life. Coping is like my biggest trigger. I keep losing friends to overdoses, and then, you know, you think the first thing I would do is not use, but that's the first thing I tend to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I think that really reinforces what you'd said a minute ago about developing a whole different level of friend group. And that's got to be so difficult to have people that you're close to passing away because of use. I can't imagine what that's like. Will you have support from your family?
I have, yes, to an extent. They've got me at an arm's length because they don't want to get hurt anymore.
Is that something that they will soften on if you're able to get some sober time and get some time where you're meeting expectations?
Of course, yes.
All right. You wrote that you feel that the community correctional center hindered your sobriety. That makes sense. Do you have different plans for parole this time as far as release goes?
You know, I thought about going back to Odyssey House because I completed Odyssey House before. And when I was there, I did really good. I stayed longer than I needed to stay. I built a lot of good relationships, and I got good work experience there too. So I thought about that. I haven't put it into motion yet. I was waiting to kind of see what happens here and so forth, but I wouldn't mind that.
Another thing is if you do choose to do that, I think that sounds like an amazing decision to make. You would also be able to hopefully increase your pro-social activities and pro-social friends and support network through Odyssey House also.
Yeah, they had all kinds of activities last time when I was there, and I was starting to really enjoy my time there.
What's the biggest thing you need to work on as far as long-term change goes in your life?
There's long-term change. Really just dealing with hardships when life gets hard, just not giving up, you know, because I tend to, as soon as stuff gets hard, I give up, and
go back to my old ways, because that's just what I've done for so long. It really comes down to having more people in my life that can support me in my times of hardship, because usually I don't ask for help. You know, there's a stigma about me and a guy, you're not supposed to ask for help or whatever, but I really do need to start asking for help.
Well, if you end up keep coming back to prison and you're taking a chance of maybe overdosing yourself, it seems like logically, you know, you probably want to change something.
Of course.
You've done well in prison. You have no disciplinaries, no C notes.
I had a couple of C notes. I don't know if they don't show up on your end for failed room inspections. I had my window covered up with a towel a couple times, but
Yeah.
that's all.
We're not worried about those.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
If you got in trouble for being disrespectful towards staff or, you know, being in other people's cells, you know, that's something that we might look at hard. Just take care of your business. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I seem to be doing all right.
Agreed.
Thank you.
How is your asthma doing?
It's been better since I've got down here to Beaver. There isn't much room for me to do a whole lot of activity, so I don't have a lot of trouble with my asthma while I'm down here. When I was up at Gunnison, I was running and exercising a lot more, and it was giving me a little bit of trouble. That's how come I got my inhaler while I was there.
Okay. How's your anxiety doing?
It's all right now. I stayed up all morning this morning just thinking about this hearing, thinking about what I could say, but once I got in here, all that went out the window. I kind of just forgot about everything I thought about.
Okay, that's fine. Just so you know, it's going well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, you're fine. Besides this hearing, are there other things that set it off?
My anxiety?
Yes, sir.
Kind of when I have to talk to other people about certain things, I might think in my head too much about what I'm gonna say and everything. Like I feel like I'm not very social with people because I don't know how to be social with people. I've always been high or drunk or whatever when I've socialized, so it's a little bit difficult for me to be social with people.
How do you rate your ability to control your behaviors?
For the most part, really good, but when it comes to hardships, that's when I go downhill. When I think things are getting hard anyways. Usually they're not as hard as they seem to be after I look at them. Yeah.
All right. You've answered all my questions. Do you have anything for me?
No, I don't.
Well, things went well, so you
Okay.
don't have to stress about that afterwards. I don't know yet what I'm going to recommend, but it should be favorable. Besides that, the board's not bound by my recommendation.
Okay.
Why were you removed from substance use treatment?
Where at? What do you mean?
It says here It says here that you were removed from substance use treatment. When was that?
I have no idea what that even is talking about. The only treatment that I've done while I've been in here is CBT on the tablets.
Okay.
I mean, I took my ASAM and everything. I was waiting to get into Hope or whatever while I was at Gunnison, but
Mhm.
I haven't been able to get into any classes so far.
Oh, I see. You just didn't start. That's fine.
Yeah,
Are you on the list to start or?
as far as I know, yes.
Okay.
I've been doing CBT on the tablets here too, which has been helping a lot. It's got a lot of emotional stuff that really clicks with me.
What did your ASAM come back as?
I don't know. I never got any results or anything. No one ever told me exactly what happened with it.
Okay, it's recommending that you do residential.
Which is what we talked about, right?
Yes, sir. BRT would count as residential.
Oh, okay. BRT.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Now I'm totally up to speed.
That's okay.
Okay, so again, the board will make a decision. You can expect to have that decision in writing in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, keep up the good work. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, go ahead and conclude.
Okay.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. David P. Marlowe, offender number 61077. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Marlowe. My name is
Good
Robert
morning.
Samuels. Good morning. And I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. Mr. Marlowe, you're going to be providing me a testimony, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over
Yes.
that?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything wrong in that information, or are we good to move forward?
No, we can move forward.
So I'm just getting up to speed real quick on what's been going on. Looks like there was a new criminal case that you were convicted on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Case 241901255, one count of use or possession of drug paraphernalia, class A misdemeanor. On April 28th, 2024 at Nuke, you were found to have originally you had a phone with internet connection. That's not what you were charged with. They found an older a marijuana pen, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that should have been thrown away, is what you said before coming into the unit, but for whatever reason you forgot to do it.
Yeah, I forgot because it was empty and it was inoperable. And I had stopped on my way back in and put my working one in my contraband locker with my cigarettes and forgot about the one in my backpack and that was it. And I forgot about it, and it was trash.
Yeah. Okay. Agent Chappell, do you have anything?
No, not particularly, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you'd entered pleas before, and I'm going to go over those with you. And then if you want to change your plea, you can. If you'd like to leave them, we can do that also. You you admitted to allegation number 1 by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense items prohibited in a correctional facility. Would you like to leave that in place?
Yes.
On allegation number 2, you entered a plea of no contest by having access to the internet, which is a violation of special conditions of your parole agreement. You entered no contest. Would you like to change that or leave that?
That'll be fine. No.
Okay. And allegation number 3, you also entered a plea of no contest by having failed to complete the parole violator program on or around 4/28 of 2024. How would you like to plea on that?
No contest.
Okay. So based off of your admission to allegation 1 and your pleas of no contest allegations 2 and 3, I will reaffirm that your parole dated October 3rd of 2023 has been revoked. And now I'd like to focus more time on how you're doing now and what your thoughts are about moving forward.
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I've been currently housed here at Tooele County Detention Center. I have a job in the kitchen. I'm the main cook. I've been trying to I'm getting healthier, but at one time I believe I talked to Mr. Chappell about a termination. And since then, I've changed my mind about a termination because I think I need another parole just for the fact that I need help with medical and housing. And the structure is also going to help me to get established once I'm out. So I do need those things in place. And I also want to continue my treatment, you know. So these things are going to help me be more productive, and I still have gainful employment, but I'm having some problems with the surgery I had back in April. Like to get out and address those issues, but I do, like I said, I need the help with the medical and, you know, the housing programs and the help I can get while I'm on parole.
Okay.
But I have one quick question. I don't know, they sent me my packet. They sent a matrix of 10 months on this new Class A. Because previously in R&O, I had looked at, they had done my assessment and I left R&O in May, the end of May, with 6 points and a level 2 category. My blue packet shows 12 to 15 points now in a level 4 category with the 10-month matrix.
Okay.
I have currently 5 months in, and the judge has given me 75 days credit for time served on this new Class A.
All right.
So I don't know where that plays into things, but
The parole violation is treated a little bit differently. They take into account what the court says, but they still figure based off of a guideline, and that's what they're going with. Let me look and see what I can find. I'm not, I don't, for some reason, they haven't posted the guidelines, so I can't look at it and give you a specific answer.
Sure.
And I apologize for that, but usually they'll take into account what the court says. I'm not 100% sure if they go off of credit for time served on parole violation issues. Generally, there's a minimum of 180 days or 6 months.
Correct.
And then anything over that is figured into the guideline. That can be either for what they normally figure guidelines for, you know, your criminal history, the severity of the charges, that sort of thing. So that's where they've come up with the 10 months. All right. So You've had 9 rims in the past 12 months. 2 of those involve violations of your SO conditions. What was causing you to struggle so much on parole?
Well, this last time when I got out, I started out doing really well. I had a job, but I had gotten real sick, ended up in the hospital with pneumonia. Had let Mr. Chappell aware of that, but it cost me my job when I lost I had a bunch of sick days. Cost me my job, cost me my place to live. And so I had went and asked Mr. Chappell for help and told him, hey, I'm struggling right now. Can we go back? Can I go back to the halfway house to stabilize? And he thought that'd be a great idea, but unfortunately, the system being plugged up, there wasn't any bed space. So I waited about 60 days for a bed space to open, but in between that time, the one thing I want to say is that they did say that on the internet thing, on my violation, Mr. Chappell knew I had a phone when he took me to Nuke. I turned my phone in to Nuke. When I got there like I was supposed to, they went through it and they returned it back to me. And so I would assume that there was no problem, but I had to have internet to contact my surgeon, my doctors, because I had upcoming surgeries coming and everything else. The one thing they said that was at hand was a movie that I had watched, and I'd watched 10 seconds of it and shut it off because I was like, yeah, I can't have this on my phone. So that's the hiccup there was on that. And they're like, oh, well, you've had internet. Well, you guys ran through my phone and checked it and gave it back to me. How am I supposed to think that that's not okay to have?
Did you ask the question, I have internet on the phone, are you sure this is okay? And did they confirm that?
I assumed that when they checked it and ran through it, they found internet on there, they would know.
Right.
I mean, that's upon entry into the program, you know. So I would assume that was the purpose of me turning my phone into them.
Well, I'm not gonna make any assumptions, and I'd caution you against making assumptions too.
Sure.
Especially if it's your parole and your freedom that's on the line, even though, you know, temporarily. I wouldn't make assumptions. I would make sure that's just something for the future. You still had possession of something on your phone that obviously had to be downloaded that you weren't supposed to have, whether you watched it for 10 seconds or the whole movie, you know, how are they to know? Right. Yeah. And so they're going to treat it, you know, as such that you did, just by being in possession of it. So.
And I'm aware of that now. Absolutely. You
know, better to be safe than sorry. I've worked with Agent Chappell for a very, very, very long time. And he's generally a very good agent, and he cares about the people he supervises. And I don't know if it was Agent Chappell that was involved with this, or if this was staff at Nuke that was involved with it.
It was staff at Nuke.
Okay.
Yeah, Chappell's been great to me.
Okay.
I have no complaints with Chappell.
Okay. Be very purposeful about what you're doing, especially when it comes to your phone, okay?
Absolutely.
And if you feel like you need to have contact or internet on your phone, make sure you're communicating that with them and to tell them why you need it. All right.
Right.
You've got an older number, so you know what you're doing. You've been around for a long time. I'm going to give you that respect, you know, but with that respect comes some expectations. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you're paroled again, how are we going to prevent all these rooms from happening?
Well, I'm tired now. I'm not. The whole medical thing for me last year is what set me back. So, you know, I have every intention to, you know, I quit using. If you can ask Mr. Chappell if that's the first time in many years that I quit altogether, quit giving him dirty UAs and started producing clean UAs and started doing what I needed to do. But I'm tired. You guys, I'm tapping out. I'm 55 years old now. I don't want to do this anymore.
I'm 55 also, and I understand what you're saying.
This is a young man's game now. I don't, they can have it.
All right.
But
Well,
I have some things I want to continue in treatment and making some life changes, and you know, I want to start a bucket list, and this isn't where I plan to start my bucket list.
all right. As one 55-year-old to the other, you're just going to get older. And if you don't implement the changes that you're talking about, the next thing you know, you're going to be over and you've wasted the rest of your life and you're still young, you know?
I agree.
You need to approach it that way. You know, you need, I shouldn't tell you what to do. I'm not trying to lecture you.
No, it's okay. I'm always open for advice, you know, and
my advice is that you've got the future waiting for you. Stop wasting your time because you're just wasting it now, right?
I agree.
All right. You've had a lot of paroles. I think that's got to be frustrating for AP&P to keep repeating the circle over and over and over again. Why were you returned to prison so much for? What caused you to struggle?
A lot of it's been my substance abuse. Matter of fact, 90% of it's been substance abuse.
What were you using?
Meth.
That's a hard one.
Yes, it is.
How do you stay away from it this time?
I quit this time. At some point, you have to grow up, you know. But I'm ADHD. I was on meds as a child, but I sought other means. I started looking through help when I was at Nuke to go through the mental health part of it, get on some meds that would help manage my ADHD where I didn't have to use meth to do it, because we know that that's a dead end street. And that's, like I said, 90% of my problems, that's what ended me up here.
Yeah, you already know the answer to that. There's other options. There's other avenues to take for your mental health, you know?
Correct.
So you need to do all of this stuff that you're telling me you're going to do. If you come back before me again, we're going to have a completely different conversation. Okay? Because
I
then
agree.
you know that you're full of it.
I agree. Fair enough.
And I think your agent needs a break. So, besides going to mental health, what else can you do to control your behavior?
Well, I'm going to continue my substance abuse treatment. You know, I'd like to continue that outpatient. I also have, like I said, I'm going to probably change my career field because I don't think the body's not holding up to what I've been doing the last 20 years as a Mason. So it's probably a productive thing for me to change avenues in that route. But yeah. I do want to continue my substance abuse, and I was right at the end of the SOTP outpatient stuff, waiting to just do my exit polygraph last year and got sent back. So I'm going to continue that as well and pick up where I left off, follow the steps that I need to take to continue to complete that.
Charles, do you have anything you want to add?
No, it's nice to hear him thinking or wanting to work on his mental health. When I look through, and the substance abuse as well. When I look through the violations that he's had over the years, a lot of it can be looked at as impulsive behaviors or decisions made where he didn't quite know or capture the whole understanding of the consequence of it. But to what he's saying, yeah, he does the mental health aspect. That would be really helpful for him. Helping him get the insurance, that would also be very helpful. And also to help him, come out of prison and be stable, that would be very helpful for him. So, for the most part, he's explaining all the right things of what would be what I'm seeing as well for what would help him be successful. So, but like you're saying, it also very much depends on if he decides to do it or not. So, apart from that, this last parole compared to other ones, he was a lot more receptive to feedback. And he did reach out for assistance because he was struggling. So I commend him for that as well. So I don't feel like I need to say one way or another on how much time or when the next parole is given. I think that's in the board's hands and that's where it should be.
Okay.
But once he's out, if he has the attitude that he's showing today, then I wouldn't mind working with him. So.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So to me, this has been a pretty positive interaction. You have said the right things. Right now, in a place of forced sobriety, you seem like you've got a lot of your questions answered and you know what you need to do. I agree with Agent Chappell. It appears that you have been doing better on this past parole. Not 100% where you need to be, but you've admitted that, and I think you know what you need to do and what you need to work on to go where you say you want to be. That's what we all want for you. We don't want to see you again. We want you to be successful and just go live your life, but we can't force you to do that.
Right.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't. I want to just say thank you for your time and thank you, Chappell, for working with me and giving me that opportunity, So I'm more than ready to make some new changes, take some new avenues in life.
Good. Well,
and
show us.
make this my last parole.
It didn't show us. That's what we want.
Sure.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you for showing up, Charles.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Agent Aubrey.
Aubrey? Okay, very good.
On record.
All right, good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. Ryan K. GRONAU, offender number 211192. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Mr. GRONAU. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. You'll be providing me a testimony, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. GRONAU, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over that?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything wrong in that information, or can we move forward?
No, it was all correct.
Okay. So, as I said a minute ago, this is a parole violation and an original hearing. What we're going to do first is, since are you here on disciplinary?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. So why did they revoke your parole?
Because I did not check in and I was just being stupid and.
Okay. Well, there are 5 allegations that AT&T made. I would like to go through each one of those with you individually and take a plea. Now, you can enter a plea of an admission, a denial, or a plea of no contest. Be advised, as far as for revocation goes, the board treats a no contest plea the same as an admission. Let's get started. Allegation 1, by having failed to report to adult probation and parole on the day released from prison, report is directed, absconded, or left the state of Utah or any other state to which he was transferred without written permission from the parole agent on or around 6/14 of 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay. Number 2, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change without prior approval of APP, the residence of record on or around 6/14 of 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay. Number 3, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or around 6/14 of 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Number 4, by having failed to participate in sex offender therapy on or around 6/14 of 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Number 5, by having failed to have your employment approved by adult probation and parole in violation of condition G of the Group B sex offender agreement. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Number 6, by having a residence or changing residence without the approval of adult probation and parole in violation of condition 8 of the Group B sex offender agreement. How do you plead?
Guilty.
And number 7, by having failed to comply with the Utah sex offender registration and or DNA requirements in violation of condition J of the Group B sex offender agreement. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay. So based off of admissions to all allegations, I will reaffirm that your parole dated 9/27 of 2022 has been revoked. Now let's move on. What I'd like to do is really focus on how you're doing now and what your thoughts are about moving forward. Does that sound okay?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm not showing there's any victims or any restitution. These were all technical violations. There's no criminal activity. You've had no RIM sanctions while on parole. That's very positive. I show that you were recently arrested with drugs and paraphernalia on your person. Was that something that you went to court for?
Yes, it was.
Was it, how was it disposed of?
They ran it concurrent with all this, I do believe. They got rid of all those charges and gave me the failure to register and failure to stop, I do believe.
Okay. And I didn't see that you were sent to prison on those. Okay. So you've been on parole once?
Yes.
And you were returned to prison because of case 241-901-918 in June of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you stay on parole this time?
How did what? Sorry.
I'm sorry. How do you remain on parole this time?
Do I remain on parole?
Yeah, without violating, getting sent back, that sort of thing.
By staying active in my treatment, by staying busy at work, by having side projects. So this last January, I ended up shattering my leg, and it kind of put me down for about 6 to 8 months. I was kind of in bed and trying to do physical therapy on top of all my other stuff, and that kind of put me in a bad place in my head. I think I've got that all figured out. I'm doing a lot better. I have no excuses for my actions. Like, that was just totally, I went the wrong way about handling the pressures of life. I wasn't utilizing the resources that were set right in front of me, and that is going to change. I do believe this was a pretty good wake-up call. I've been kind of running over all the stupid crap I was doing right there at the very end, and I said I was just kind of in a really bad place in my head, and you say it's still no excuse, but I've been talking to people more now, like my family, my friends. Before I was just kind of closing in and just trying to internalize everything and handle it myself. But I think this time, if I lean more on the resources that are offered to me, I have a way better chance.
Very good. How is your leg doing?
It's doing a lot better. I've been doing like light workouts here. I was actually out trying to play a light little bit of handball the other day. So I feel like my physical therapy is way beyond what they said I would be at this point. And I feel way more confident on it. Like you say, I don't feel like it's no longer an issue. Like, it still hurts a little bit here and there, but at the same time, they told me there's a good possibility that I would be a crippled for the rest of my life. And that didn't sit well with me. So like I said, I kind of spun myself off the rails at that point.
Good for you. Good for you on not settling for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are you taking any pain meds?
Just ibuprofen
All right.
and naproxen for the anti-inflammatories, because my leg swells up still. They told me I would have a plumbing problem for the next 3 to 4 years, so.
Okay.
But it's manageable with compression socks and a little bit of ibuprofen and naproxen. I've been doing just fine.
Okay. You feel like you need to get back into treatment for substance use or SO?
I feel like a little bit of substance might help. My sister actually has it set up. She has a bed for me. I'm not exactly sure where. I asked her to email you because she works for the 7th Street Rehab on 7th East in Salt Lake.
Okay.
She's the cook and a counselor there. And she said she had a bed lined up for me in Odyssey or something similar. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure exactly which one it was, but she has a bed lined out for me. And I was thinking that'd be a great option for me to try and transition back in, just to kind of help me get back acclimated to life again. Let me say, it was still a little awkward for me out there, but at the same time,
I think the biggest curveball I got was that leg. I was doing okay right up until that point, but I had just a few months to transition out to do it that way. And like I said, I asked my sister for the help, so.
Good for you. That's part of using your resources and your support, just like you said. What will you do for work?
I have options. I was thinking about either going back to try and work on the scrapyard as a heavy equipment operator. I have skills with any kind of heavy machinery. Now that I'm physically able again, my cousin has resources at Kennecott, and I've been talking to him about getting on out there as well. And they start between $35 and $42 an hour. And my other cousin works for the Railroaders Union, and also said that he would sponsor me in if I would like to go that route.
Both excellent jobs with excellent benefits, good union jobs.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm going for now. I'm getting a little older. I'm trying to start working towards retirement because I was too stupid. Like my father used to tell me, you can either play now, pay later, or pay now and play later. I spent too much time playing. It's time to start paying.
Well, at least you got there. That's what matters, right?
Yeah.
What does long-term change look for you?
Long-term change, staying away from all the people that I knew in my past life, just refocusing my brain on the positive and getting the healthy habits built up in life. My healthy routines, just to where my go-to thought is not going to be to go out and look for these bad people or drugs or anything like that. My go-to is going to be to find somebody who I could talk to who is healthy and responsible, and maybe just start some projects on the side. And I really want to kind of immerse myself. Like my sister says, she lives and works in a therapeutic community. Like she works there and she lives around those people. And she said it's been really good for her. And we have kind of the same mindset. And I have a friend who actually helps run the Shannon J Foundation in Ogden. And they set up benefit concerts and whatnot to raise money to help pay for people to go through rehab. And we've been talking as well. And he wants me to get involved with him in that, with his sponsors. And so I'm trying to fill my free time with all this healthy activity that keeps me in that environment.
No disciplinaries, that's really good. You completed SUT or substance use in 2022. We've already talked about what you think your needs are as far as treatment goes. Tell me how your mental health is doing.
I'm doing a lot better than I was before I came in. Like I said, a lot of it, like, I don't feel like a crippled anymore. I feel like I actually have a future. I've been working in the kitchen full time here. I work 6 days a week, 7 hours a day, 6 to 7 hours a day. I go back, I do a little bit of workout, talk to my friends here. I still talk to my family. Like I said, I've been trying to set up things with my sister, my friends, my cousins, trying to get these healthy people in my life involved in my life to where I'm actually surrounded by these people instead of back into all that other BS in my life.
Got it.
Especially around people that know me and know my history and know everything about me. Therefore, like I said, my friend who's in the Shannon J Foundation, we've been friends since 7th grade. My sister, obviously, I've known a lot for life. And Like I say, she's doing really good, he's doing really good, and they both have been more than supportive, more than willing to help go out of their way to help me out. So.
Besides your leg, is there anything else you've been struggling with physically?
A little bit of high blood pressure, and other than that, like not really struggling. Like I manage. I'm just getting older. About time for my physical, and such is life. I got aches and pains. I've broken a lot of bones in my life. I was a little adventurous in my early days, so.
How did
But
you
it's
break?
nothing I can't deal with.
That's fine. How did you break your leg?
Jumping over stuff, acting like I was 20 and 220 instead of 40 and 260.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right. It sounds like you've got some good ideas in place. APP, do you have any input?
Not a lot. I mean, it sounds like, Ryan's trying to help himself, which is kind of something we didn't really see a whole ton of there towards the end. And yeah, we understand, he broke his leg and that was probably a pretty dark time in his life. But it's a lot easier for us to assist you in your parole if you're willing to help yourself as well. And it seems like you're working towards that, working to try and find a solution to better yourself. So, I mean, we don't have any problem working with you if you're willing to work with yourself.
Thank you.
Excellent. Do you have any questions?
I think we covered most everything, I do believe.
Okay. I feel comfortable with the information I have to make a recommendation to the board. I just need to figure out what that will be. The board's a 5-person panel, and it takes a majority rule. So when 3 board members are in agreement, that will be their decision. And you can expect to have that decision in writing probably in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Yep.
I'm really pleased that your leg is going well and that you're feeling well mentally. To me, it does sound like that, you've turned a corner mentally, and I agree with APP. As a former agent, more than happy to work with you, but you got to be able to be a part of the process.
And I do apologize for that to you and to you. So, but yeah, that was my fault. And like I said, I kept internalizing when I should have leaned resources that I had right in front of me. And I plan on doing it. That's one of the biggest things I'm changing when I get out. So
okay, well, very good. We look forward to seeing you do that, and I look forward to, not seeing you again, and that's part of the healthy process.
I agree.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you.
If there's nothing else if there's nothing else from both parties, we'll go ahead and conclude. I wish you the absolute best of luck, sir, and thank you for your time, Agent.
And thank both of you for your time.
Okay.
See you around.